Good morning, world, and all who inhabit it. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. The same measure that ended the longest federal government shutdown in history is also taking a swipe at the hemp industry, ABC's Victor Akendo explains.
New backlash to the spending bill that reopened the federal government. The bill is now set to shut down a key part of the booming hemp industry. A last-minute provision to the bill closes a loophole that allowed manufacturers to convert hemp into high-potency THC products through chemical processing, sold with almost no federal oversight.
Senator Mitch McConnell has been leading the charge to close the loophole. Between 2018 and 2023, more than 8,400 children were treated for cannabis poisonings. But leaders in the hemp industry say the economic impact of this move could be huge on an industry they say employs around 300,000 people. The official Democrats' X account is under scrutiny after deleting a post that claimed Trump spent Thanksgiving with Epstein in 2017. Conservative influencer Nick Sorter called it out on X, stating, "He was literally president. You don't think someone would have noticed?" Another user posted, "If you publish a false accusation about a public figure, you're still liable even after it's deleted. Trump has every right to sue the DNC for defamation and actual malice here." And a rough tale that's equal parts unbelievable and a stark reminder on firearm safety. We're taking you to Shillington, Pennsylvania, where man's best friend turned into his worst nightmare accidentally. It happened Tuesday night around 11 p.m. A 53-year-old was cleaning his shotgun at home on State Street. He sat it down on the bed, sat nearby when one of his dogs jumped up, pawed the trigger, and fired, striking the owner in the lower back. His son was home, but in another room. Two other pups were just watching the chaos unfold. Shillington police rushed in to find the man conscious and talking. Paramedics whisked him to the hospital for emergency surgery that night. Yesterday, docs said he'd need a second operation at some point, but his full condition is still under wraps. Cops are calling it a total accident with an investigation ongoing. A bizarre reminder, folks, secure your firearms even from the family dog. And locally, 3 lives were lost on I-24 westbound in less than 24 hours yesterday. A grim tally that began before dawn. It started around 5:30 a.m. near mile marker 9 in Clarksville, where a driver veered off the roadway and plunged into the Red River, dying on impact. Then at 1:45 p.m. near mile marker 53 on Briley Parkway, a dump truck collided with 2 passenger cars, killing a 70-year-old Fairview man. No other serious injuries were reported there, but the third and final crash came just after 7 p.m. in Antioch near mile marker 43. A vehicle left the roadway and struck an embankment, and the driver was pronounced dead at the scene. All westbound lanes stayed closed until shortly after midnight. All 3 fatalities remain under investigation by the Tennessee Highway Patrol and Metro's Fatal Crash Unit. Drive Alert, Nashville. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online, beaconcm.com. The Dow is down 87 points. Pre-market open, the NASDAQ is down 132 points, and the S&P is down 18 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. Well, we are experiencing the rare 5 o'clock crash. There is a crash with the left lane blocked at Harding Place, exit 56 on I-24 eastbound. And just a reminder for anyone making their way out to Lebanon that Castle Heights Avenue between Hill Street and West Baddour Parkway is closed for railroad work for another few more hours. Traffic every 10 minutes.
I'm sorry, what was that? What did you just do? Did you say where road? That's exactly what you did, Sam. I love you. You people are always making fun of me for Elmer Fudding. You just Elmer Fudded.
It's contagious.
Mason, get that audio clip.
It's contagious.
Put that on the board. Anyway, moving on. Hello, Sam. Good morning.
Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And good Friday to you. It was so interesting hearing Sam report that the DNC, they better lawyer up. And, of course, most of them are dirty lawyers, so it's probably going to come in handy because Donald Trump should absolutely sue the Democrat Party. Nick Sorter, and, of course, this was all over the place last several hours. The official X account of the Democrat Party deleted their post claiming Trump spent Thanksgiving with Epstein in 2017. So Trump is the president and Jeffrey Epstein already the sex offender that he was. And so now they deleted it. But now what is Donald Trump going to do? Because I believe, I'm no attorney, nor do I play one on the radio, but I believe that Donald Trump, and people are saying he should bankrupt the DNC for this. I got to tell you, yesterday, and one of the things that I'm noticing this morning, CNN has not opened the show with Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Remember yesterday, we were talking about this all morning long, where it was over and over and over and over again. I mean, CNN was just obsessed with this story on CNN with Donald Trump and Epstein and the emails supposedly that Jeffrey Epstein wrote regarding Donald Trump. And as I said yesterday, it was all based on innuendo and obfuscation. And so I think that CNN and I think the Democrats and I think that Donald Trump should absolutely go after them because although I didn't hear all of the reporting, they sure tried to make the claim. They sure tried to make the case that Trump was, doing bad stuff with those girls long ago. Stephen A. Smith is basically saying the same thing that a lot of us have been saying, and he just says it louder.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind that the Epstein files were in existence and free to have been opened during the Biden administration. You were there for 4 years. How come you didn't open it as a Democratic Party then?
Because they didn't care, dude. Stephen A. Smith, because they did not care. There was no political gain. They thought that, back when the Republicans were screaming about this and people were called, conspiracy theorists and all that, and Democrats just didn't care. They didn't care about the children. Republicans did. A lot of us are still calling for the release of the Epstein files. But I love that Stephen A. Smith, and dude's a bellower. He says things, and he says, things very loudly.
What am I missing?
Nothing.
I'm not saying I know. It's a legitimate question.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I don't remember the answer. Maybe my extraordinary producers should be able to help me during the commercial break. But
I don't know. I heard that. I don't know if everybody else heard that, if that was actually a dig at his producers, or if he actually believes that they're extraordinary. But if I ever say something like that, it's probably a dig, just so you know.
I feel like the VU meter is terrified of Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, yes.
maybe my extraordinary producers should be able to help me during the commercial break. But from my understanding, the same files that were open or being open now with the 220 pages of documents or whatever it is, with
It's like 220. Dude, it's like 220,000 or something like that. It's a lot more than 220.
various emails, that could have been done when Biden was in office. Well, why didn't you do it? If it's so important now. What were the Democrats doing at that particular moment in time?
Trying to throw Donald Trump in jail.
See? This is the kind of stuff that smells.
So there you, Stephen A. Smith and his official political analysis. But he's right. I mean, I don't feel like I need to regurgitate all the stuff that we have been saying for, months now, since the Democrats have tried to figure out a way to punish Donald Trump with these accusations. And so they've been all over this. But I think a lot of people did notice that CNN and the Democrats and the mainstream media, they were all in on this story yesterday. I mean, it was all over the place. And so part of when you talk about this, you talk about the integrity and you talk about the honesty of somebody like Stephen A. Smith, who I've pointed out a couple of different times, things that he has literally gotten factually incorrect. But on this one, he is spot on. And I love his honesty and I love his passion. I'm not saying anything negative really on Stephen A. Smith, but he's pointing something out that conservatives have been saying for a long time. I mean, not only was Joe Biden in the White House, but the Democrats had the House and the Senate as well. There's another piece of audio I want to play real quick. This is Jen Psaki. Now, Jen Psaki is, of course, over at MSNBC these days. And I want you to listen to how giddy she gets. And then she has to pull herself back, knowing that Donald Trump has a history of winning lawsuits. Again, they're talking about, I love, by the way, the headline. If you're watching on Super Talk TV, a headline, breaking news. Trump White House engulfed by new Epstein bombshell. There were no bombshells. I wouldn't even call them firecrackers.
They were nothing burgers.
Yeah, nothing burgers. That's exactly right. They were nothing burgers. They tried to make them into something, but listen to Jen Psaki.
In supporting what Donald Trump is doing.
You're talking about the other predators out there, in addition to Trump.
Wait, what did she say? Did she literally call Donald Trump a predator? Listen again.
What Donald Trump is doing.
You're talking about the other predators out there, in addition to Trump.
It sounds like she's calling Donald Trump a predator. Now, I will be fair. You know, some talk show hosts might just play that one little clip. I'm going to play the whole thing because she caught herself and realized what she said. Jen Psaki realized what she said, and she kind of circled back.
What Donald Trump is doing.
You're talking about the other predators out there, in addition to Trump. I'm not saying he is. We don't know all the details about that. I just mean in addition to what we've learned about Epstein and others, there's other predators out there.
There are, and we have to remind.
All right, so there you go. So that was Jen Psaki. And again, they are just looking very excited about this story. And then I believe somebody got to them. I believe that the lawyers got to them and said, you guys might want to chill out. And there was a great moment yesterday on CNN that I'm going to play for you coming up next as CNN realizes that the lawyers are getting a little worried. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Well, nothing going on right now except for that whale road closure in Lebanon.
All I'm saying is that you people always make fun of me when I Elmer Fudd things, and then I heard you do it, and I had to call it out. You know why I called it out? Because you and Joan, who will be back on Monday, Mason as well, you always make fun at my expense. So every once in a while, I get to get you back. By the way, you sound great this morning.
Thank you. We take accountability on this station. That's how it works.
Yes. It's part of what conservatives do. Anything going on in traffic?
No, I just said there wasn't.
Oh, okay. 5:15, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather for today, mostly sunny, nice and warm, a high of 74. Saturday, breezy in the morning, otherwise warm, with temperatures approaching a record 79. Set in 1964 with sunshine and a few clouds. Sunday dropping back down to the mid-60s. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. So I don't know when this was on CNN yesterday, but they had spent, as y'all know, if you listen to this show, they spent a lot of time on innuendo and obfuscation, essentially accusing Donald Trump of doing bad things with little girls. I mean, that's what they were doing. So then somebody handed a note to the anchor on CNN
that mentioned the president. And we do want to be clear, the president, Trump, did not receive.
Now realize she is literally reading, if you're watching on Super Talk TV, you can see, she's literally reading a piece of paper that has been handed to her by the lawyers saying, you guys have gone way overboard.
That mentioned the president. And we do want to be clear, the president, Trump, did not receive or send any of the messages, which largely predated his time as president. He's not been accused of any criminal wrongdoing in connection with Epstein or Maxwell.
All right, so there you go. So I think somebody got to them and said, we have got to chill out. Because, you know, CNN doesn't have the money they once did. I mean, personally, I would love to see Trump sue CNN. I would love to see Trump sue the Democrat Party. It is crazy. It is crazy. The official DNC Twitter account accusing Donald Trump, a sitting president, of having Thanksgiving dinner, I guess it was, with Jeffrey Epstein. I think it was probably a year or two before he went into prison, where he ultimately met the fate that he did, where he committed suicide. I'm doing air quotes for people. But anyway, that was one of the biggest stories that I thought was fascinating. I don't even think CNN, I don't know, Sam, if you've got it on in there, but I don't know if CNN has even touched it this morning. I looked up and they were talking about Venezuela, and apparently Donald Trump and Marco Rubio. They've been continuing their destroying of these drug ships, not drug ships, but drug boats that have been coming into our country. I don't know how many we've destroyed as of yet. I lost track of the story, but I know it's in the teens now. I believe it's in the teens now. And now, supposedly, we're getting ready to do something within Venezuela itself. So we'll keep an eye on that story. And now they're talking about Russia and Ukraine. And apparently, Ukraine is now facing, and this is a quote, mass enemy attack by Russia. So that war continues to escalate. Donald Trump has said, I'm hoping to wrap this up. I'm hoping to get these two sides to agree on Russia and Ukraine. You know where I'm at, folks. I think I said it yesterday. If these two, Zelensky and Vladimir Putin, if they can't get their crap together and they don't want to come to the table, and I know that I believe it's mostly Vladimir Putin that is refusing to truly negotiate. But also, let's not forget that Zelensky himself is refusing to give up any kind of land that Putin has taken over. And Zelensky won't even give up Crimea. Now, here's the deal. Russia came in. They essentially took Crimea under Barack Obama, who didn't really do a damn thing about it. That's number one. But I think at this point, we have a situation where Zelensky, if you with your army, if you're not able to take back this land, then you've got to negotiate. And Vladimir Putin clearly is not negotiating in good faith. Remember what I said the other day? When there was a big news story, and it was that Donald Trump's wife, Melania, was in contact with Vladimir Putin. Think of the families, she said to Vladimir Putin, and think of the children. And everybody was like, oh, isn't that great? Melania is stepping in. I was all about that. I was glad that Melania Trump was stepping in. But one of the things I said, I'm very cynical of all this. I love that she's trying to, tap into and reach whatever, soft spot Vladimir Putin may have. But he does not have a soft spot. And so while apparently you've got Ukraine that is going to be blasted by Russia even more than they already are, we are getting blasted here at home. And my opinion continues to be that we need to focus on what is going on here in Tennessee at the state level and what is going on here in America at the national level and what will help Americans. We'll continue to talk about that and a whole lot more. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. It is 5:20. Sam's got the news coming up at 5:30, Sam.
Well, tariff talk continues in D.C., and a mysterious death of a New Jersey man has been solved. No, it wasn't Joan Jones.
She didn't slash his tires and send him careening into, the dirty, polluted waters of New Jersey?
No,
Okay.
no. But we've got those stories and more coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
525, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. The headline, CBS News, most GOP senators whose phone records were searched will not seek damages under the new law. Now, remember, yesterday and the last couple of days, John Rose broke the news here on my show locally, where you had the Senate, you remember this, they kind of snuck into the continuing resolution to reopen the government, this $500,000 penalty, if you will, that would be paid to those senators, including Haggerty and Blackburn, $500,000 of taxpayer money if their phones or if their data was breached by the Department of Justice under Joe Biden. Remember that whole thing? And people were really angry. I know I was angry. I mean, rarely do I see the amount of anger that I saw on the super text line than when I talked about how these senators, 8 of them, including Blackburn and apparently Haggerty as well, were going to get $500,000, essentially self-dealing themselves $500,000 because their data was seized. So I was reaching out to both Haggerty and Blackburn because I want them to come on and talk about this. Both have now come out and said that no, they will not try to get that money, that $500,000. I want to know how it got in there in the first place. Like, how did it get in there? Did they try to sneak this in, expecting that nobody would notice? But now that everybody has noticed and, you know, people are up in arms, including a lot of conservatives, now they're saying, oh, no, we're not going to take this money. We're not going to take it. No, that wasn't us. Oh, really? Because your name's on it. And no offense to, you know, Senators Blackburn or Haggerty, but neither one will come on this show or Matt Murphy. I don't know who else has asked, but neither one will come on the show to directly answer the question. Did you know this was put into the continuing resolution? And if you did, then why didn't you stop it? Why is it only now that everyone is up in arms that you are saying, no, I don't want this money? I think it's a very fair question to ask. Statement from the Marsha Blackburn team. Senator Blackburn's plan has always been to seek a declaratory judgment, not monetary damages, to prevent leftists from violating the constitutional rights of conservatives. So, again, I don't know how it got in there. And that's what I really want to know. Because it's easy to say once the crap hits the fan that, oh, no, I didn't want that money. Here's more. If the Senate votes on the bill, this is Blackburn, if the Senate votes on the bill to undo the Arctic frost provision in the government funding bill, she says, I will support the effort to reverse it. This fight is not about the money. It is about, well, then why is it in there? This fight is not about the money. It is about holding the left accountable for the worst weaponization of government in our nation's history. I understand that, but ultimately it's the taxpayers that's on the hook for the $500,000 or $1 million, depending. She also says if leftist politicians can go after President Trump and sitting members of Congress, they will not hesitate to go after American citizens. Totally get it. So we'll have to see. Nobody seems to want to talk about it. By the way, the House is actually got legislation now, I believe spearheaded by John Rose, to reverse that $500,000. All right, it is 5:30 on WTN.
Good morning, everyone. It's 5:30, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. The mystery around the death of a New Jersey man has been solved. The 47-year-old went on a camping trip with his family last year and got violently sick after eating a steak. He recovered, but a couple weeks later ate a hamburger, got sick again, and then died. An autopsy initially classified his death as unexplained, but after his wife had his blood tested at the University of Virginia, it was discovered that he had contracted alpha-gal syndrome. Dr. Stephanie Weidmer is an ABC News contributor.
What happens is people develop a hypersensitivity or an allergy to this carbohydrate that is found in animal meat. And what triggers this hypersensitivity or this allergy, so to speak, is a bite from the Lone Star tick.
And frameworks for new trade deals between the U.S. and several countries could mean prices could start coming down on some products at the grocery store. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio is in Washington with the latest.
Senior administration officials say a framework for a new trade deal has been reached with several Latin American countries to help bring down the cost of staples like coffee and bananas. Both of these have soared over the past year. We know that coffee is up nearly 20%, bananas up 7%. The White House says the new trade deal will lift some reciprocal tariffs, but they're not saying yet just how much this could save consumers.
And back here locally, the state of Tennessee has ordered a sweeping audit of children's materials across 181 public libraries in 91 counties. That's nearly the entire regional system, according to News Channel 5. This includes Rutherford County, Smyrna, and Limbaugh public libraries. The audit, issued yesterday by the Tennessee Secretary of State's office, requires reviewing all kids and juvenile books on topics like age appropriateness, puberty, sexual orientation, gender identity, and diversity initiatives. It's tied to a 2024 law and stems from years of public complaints about sensitive content that may contain adult sexual themes. Libraries must submit compliance plans by December 31st, flagging or reclassifying non-compliant items, or risk losing up to $3.1 million in annual state and federal funding for materials, which could hit jobs too. In Rutherford County, Smyrna closed this week for the review, while Limbaugh will shutter November 17th through the 21st for an emergency inventory. Critics decry it as censorship, but sensible supporters see it as protecting kids. Local decisions rule, but the ACLU's waiting in the wings for challenges. More as it unfolds. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. There's nothing to report as of yet, but again, a reminder, if you're out in Wilson County or headed out that direction, that there is a road closure for railroad work at Castle Heights between Hill Street and West Baddour Parkway. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
537 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, we have come up with a daily Dan poll for today. Real quick, let me set this up. So TSA workers who did not call in sick have now been given a $10,000 bonus.
Not only a 20-year officer, but he's also a member of the National Deployment Force, which means that he takes on extra responsibilities at TSA. He not only fulfilled every one of his hours during this shutdown, but he also was more than willing to take on extra shifts.
So one of the things, and that is Kristi Noem, of course, and she's referring to one of the TSA workers who, as she said, not only did not call in sick, but also filled extra shifts. So the Daily Dan poll question is this, and I think it's a good one. Is it fair to give $10,000 bonuses to TSA workers who did not call in sick? Now, here's the reason why I use the word fair, because, you know, some of these TSA workers, they really didn't have a choice. I don't know. I don't believe that all of them called in sick because they were sick. They needed to put food on the table. And so they were out, busting part-time jobs and driving Uber and whatever it is that they had to do to make extra money, to make up for the paycheck that they were missing. So I don't necessarily, and I was one of those people, and I will fully admit, I was one of those people that might say, you know what, they need to get back to work, because people, regardless as to whether or not they're being paid or not, you know, it's the duty of these TSA workers to keep the flow going, you know, to keep transportation going. But then I actually heard from some TSA workers and said, we're not calling in sick because we're petulant. We're driving Ubers. We're driving Lyft. We have to put food on the table and keep a roof over the heads of our family. So that's what we're off doing. We're not, you know, sitting around just, you know, laughing at our bosses who can't fill our positions and the misfortune of the American people. We're trying to, you know, take care of our families. So that's the question. Is it fair to give $10,000 to the TSA workers who didn't call in sick? What are people saying so far? By the way, you can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on Facebook, 997WTN.com, Twitter, Twitch, so on and so forth. Just go in the search bar and search Super Talk 997 WTN. So that is the Daily Dan poll on YouTube. And Mason, what are people saying?
The two options I put are, oh, absolutely, and no, they don't need it. And a lot of people are leaning towards 72% on the absolutely, just because they put in the work, they put in the effort for picking up those extra shifts and whatnot. They deserve the extra money.
They picked everybody up. There's no doubt.
Yeah, they helped everything sustain while everybody else was taking off so they could work other jobs and whatnot.
And I actually agree with that. Like, I do agree. But I also don't fault the TSA workers who did have to call in sick so that they could go do what they needed to do as well. So, you know, I think it's one of those topics. It could go either way, but keep an eye on that, because I'm very curious as to what people say. And again, you can watch us on YouTube, listen on the radio, listen basically any streaming app. We're all over the place. All right, now, there's a lot of other things going on. Let's get to it. J.D. Vance had a great interview with Sean Hannity last night. We are going to get to that because people are asking me if I saw it. I did see it. It was really good. And I really thought that J.D. Vance did a great job. But first, Gavin Newsom has been punked by Sean Duffy and the Trump administration. Have you seen this? So we've been talking about the problem of illegal, illiterate, sometimes drunken semi-truck drivers and how they are killing Americans and destroying an industry, the trucking industry. So a lot of that is due to California, sanctuary state, giving out commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. So Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has been all over the place talking about what Gavin Newsom is doing to destroy America, certainly destroying California. And I love that he's been so aggressive on this, and he should be aggressive on this. There's a number of reasons why he should be aggressive on this, and I've got some great audio coming up. But number one is because Newsom has been so incredibly proud that California is a sanctuary city, and California has been allowing these illiterate, illegal aliens, sometimes drunk, to get these CDLs and then kill the American people, kill Americans on roadways from California to Florida. And so Newsom has been saying, well, I'm not doing anything wrong, right? He's been all over X saying, well, this is a federal government problem. Duffy has been calling him out after one particular crash killed 3 Americans. Now, I know you've heard this before on this show, perhaps others as well. The driver got his license in California. As a matter of fact, you know what I would say? You look at a lot of these different accidents involving illegal, illiterate, drunk, sometimes drunk driving illegal aliens killing Americans. And one of the big commonalities is, yeah, they got their licenses in California. So I like that Sean Duffy has been really aggressive on this.
So it's nice to see Gavin tap dance in a tweet. Good for him. But the truth is, we do set the guidelines by which licenses can be issued. We sent that guidance out. Gavin Newsom said, I'm not going to follow it. I'm going to allow this foreigner to get an upgraded license that was Gavin Newsom's choice. The states issue commercial driver's licenses. We give the guidance, they issue them. I gave the guidance, Gavin Newsom didn't follow it, and 3 people are now dead because he refused to follow the rules that come from DOT. So again, nice effort to try to pass the buck. But again, this is really simple stuff. Keep your citizens safe. Keep foreigners off the roads, especially those who aren't trained. Stop giving licenses illegally to people who are not in the country lawfully.
Yep, that is, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy actually doing something regarding the situation with illegal, illiterate aliens driving across our country in 18-wheelers. They can't even read the road signs. They can't speak the language. Oftentimes, they're drunk. And again, killing Americans. So now, Gavin Newsom has been fighting this narrative tooth and nail. But now, he's been punked, and he realizes that he has been caught red-handed. The rest of the story is coming up next. It is 5:45. Do we do traffic here? We don't do.
We don't do traffic here.
Sam, is there anything going on?
No.
Very good. 5:45, Nashville's Morning News. All right, so whatever.
Traffic of the brain.
Gavin Newsom has been forced to revoke 17,000 commercial driver's licenses given to illegal migrants after being called out by Donald Trump's transportation secretary. This is the headline in the Daily Mail this morning. For a little while, when I woke up this morning, it was actually the top of the fold. Right there at the top of the website. Gavin Newsom forced to revoke those thousands of driver's licenses for illegal migrants after being caught red-handed. Newsom made the crucial change amid mounting pressure by Sean Duffy after multiple incidents involving the licensees, right? Including the October crash where 3 people died in a horrific highway collision allegedly caused by an illegal migrant. You have to say allegedly, but I mean, it's literally on tape. And so what he had to do, because he knew that he was caught red-handed, he knew that Sean Duffy was going out there and blasting him to no end. Others were as well, because all you got to do is follow the bloodshed. You got to crash. Illegal alien got the license in California, can't read the language, can't speak the language. Where did they get their licenses? California. Who allows those licenses? Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom has blood on his hands. And so now he's had to go out and revoke these 17,000 commercial driver's licenses. I love this. And I love this for a couple of different reasons. Number one, I love this because Newsom has been trying to publicly ridicule Donald Trump, which is fine. I mean, that's what he's going to do. But he's been rebuked, very publicly rebuked, as a matter of fact. Duffy says in a statement, after weeks of claiming they did nothing wrong, Gavin Newsom and California have been caught red-handed. California, here's what they've done. California has informed the licensees They will no longer be valid in 60 days' time, with Duffy adding, there is more to come. That is just the tip of the iceberg. He says, my team will continue to force California to prove they have removed every illegal immigrant from behind the wheel of semi-trucks and school buses. Duffy has also, by the way, threatened to pull over $160 million in federal funding for the liberal state. Newsom's team originally refused to say why they were revoking the licenses and made a vague mention of merely breaking state law, PBS reported, before admitting that the licenses are supposed to expire when a person's legal status does. So I got to tell you, I think that Gavin Newsom, do you know what I think? I think that part of what's happening is the red pilling of America regarding the corrupt visa program as a whole. I mean, in the news this week, we've had Donald Trump trying to defend the H-1B visa corruption that is going on. We'll get into that in the 6 o'clock hour in a lot more detail. We have the CDLs, the driver's licenses to illegal aliens as well. That is also a big problem. I think that what we're going to see in the midterm and especially the presidential election of 2028, specifically in the Republican primary, I think that illegal immigration was a very, very big deal in 2024. I think this visa conversation is going to be a very big topic of conversation in the midterms, and especially if it's not fixed in the presidential election of 2028 among conservatives. Like, for example, in the primary, if you look at the names that are being bandied about right now to run for the presidency in 2028, whether we're talking about Marco Rubio, whether we are talking about Governor Ron DeSantis, J.D. Vance, they all have a history related to H-1B visas and whether or not they voted for them and so forth. Now, the problem that you're going to have with Ron DeSantis and especially Marco Rubio is they've got a history. Those two men who I really, really like, I'm just going to tease it by saying this. Their votes on expanding visa programs over the years are not going to age well as they're trying to run for the presidency. That's a teaser to what we're going to talk about in the 6 o'clock hour. This was Kristi Noem talking about why this has to be done, just flipping back to California. This is Kristi Noem, Homeland Security Secretary, talking about what is going on in California, what has been going on in California, and how California's actions have really, number one, defined California and Gavin Newsom, among other things. But number two, how what is going on in California is leading to the deaths of the American people.
Too many families across this country have felt pain and been victimized and lost loved ones because of these illegal drivers. Just earlier this month here in Indiana, we saw an illegal alien from Serbia and Montenegro was operating his semi-truck without a valid commercial license. He swerved into oncoming traffic and killed Jeffrey Eberly. In August, Indian illegal alien killed 3 people in a reckless driving highway incident in Florida. That CDL had been issued in California by Governor Gavin Newsom. Just last week, another Indian illegal alien killed 3 Americans on a highway in California. He was intoxicated behind the wheel of his truck. Every single time one of these individuals gets behind the truck, on the wheel of a truck, they are in front of a deadly weapon that can kill other Americans as well.
I mean, she's right. And so, number one, what the Trump administration is trying to do is save American lives. That's number one. Number two, because it's Gavin Newsom who is widely rumored to want to run for the presidency in 2028, this is going to be a very big deal. And so Republicans need to try to get ahead of this issue. They have with Sean Duffy. Of course, also others have been commenting on this issue as well. But this is going to be a big issue. A lot of people on the socials over the last couple of days have been saying, you know, it's great that Donald Trump was able to stop all of the illegal immigration. But sadly, part of what's going on is that all of that illegal immigration is simply being replaced by aliens coming in here on visa programs. And so that's now what's happening is, okay, we closed the border. We're deporting a lot of folks. That's great. But what we're doing is we're just allowing all these people coming in from China and India and other places on these visa programs. And so one way or another, the American people are screwed. Now, I'll be the first one to say, yeah, but, you're talking about illegal aliens coming into this country, which, they're coming in illegally. The visa program, they're taking advantage, these companies are taking advantage of all of these loopholes. And that leads to really the American people getting screwed. So I do believe this visa corruption issue that we have here in America, it is going to be a very big deal, perhaps in the midterm elections, but I know heading into 2028. 5:53, and Sam is in for Joan. Joan is back on Monday. Sam's got the news at 6.
Well, picket lines for one coffee shop chain remain venti for now.
Oh, stop it. Did you really just do that?
I did. And a local woman has been teaching some ornithology. Those stories and more coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:57. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. All right, so we've got a problem. There we go. Did you see what's going on there, Sam? Sam saw it. I saw it. Bumper music started. It's really loud, and Mason is supposed to be there to turn it down, and he's not there.
Listen, I thought I had an extra 30 seconds, and I definitely did not.
Do you know what I've noticed? The younger generation doesn't know how to do math.
Whoa.
Hold on there.
Define younger generation, sir.
Anything older than 57. Younger. Anything younger than 57. I've got my own problems.
Yeah.
That's what you get for jumping on my railroad.
So if you missed it earlier, Sam, who is perpetually making fun of me for Elmer Fudding, Sam had a newscast, and he says he's been working on the railroad. Well, what was in his newscast?
It was a traffic update. It was about a closed railroad.
Whatever. Anyway.
In Webbinin.
By the way, people really responding to the whole thing with the driver's licenses, the drunken illegal aliens with the driver's licenses. Why is 2626? Why is Newsom not in cuffs? When I say that this is a man who has blood on his hands, he does have blood on his hands. And we've got to do everything we can to point this out because we don't want Gavin Newsom to be the next president of the United States. So this has a practical, because, you've got the Trump administration pointing this out, and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is pointing this out. And we need to point it out because people need to know how evil and inept Gavin Newsom is. By the way, early voting continues in the 7th Congressional District here in Tennessee. If you want this kind of nonsense, you go ahead and you vote for Afton Bain. But if you want stuff that actually makes sense, policies that are really pro-American, you got to go with Matt Van Epps. So early voting does continue in the 7th. Please, in the 7th, get out and vote. It is 6 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning, everybody. It's 6 o'clock, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. For a second day, over 1,000 Starbucks workers at 65 stores across the country are on the picket line over a lack of progress on contract negotiations with the company. ABC's Dave Packer reports.
It started on Starbucks' annual Red Cup Day. More than 1,000 workers picketing unionized Starbucks locations calling for better benefits and pay. Sylvia Baldwin on the picket line in Philadelphia.
It's not a living wage. It might have been a living wage decades ago, but it's not anymore.
Michelle Essen, a barista and spokesperson for the union.
Many Starbucks workers have to rely on SNAP and Medicaid to get by.
A Starbucks spokesperson saying, quote, when they're ready to come back, we're ready to talk. Dave Packer, ABC News.
And in less tasty news, MSNBC's Jen Psaki had an awkward moment on her show, The Briefing, yesterday, accidentally lumping Donald Trump in with Jeffrey Epstein's circle of predators. It happened during an interview with California Congressman Robert Garcia, diving into newly released Epstein documents. Over 10,000 pages dropped Tuesday by House Democrats. One bombshell, a 2011 email from Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell claiming Trump spent, quote, extended time at his place with a redacted victim's name, later ID'd as Virginia Guffrey. Psaki said, quote, you're talking about the other predators that are out there in addition to Trump. She caught herself fast. Not that I'm saying he is. We don't all know the details about that, and clarified, I just mean in addition to what we've learned about Epstein and others, there's other predators out there. Garcia just nodded along. There are. Psaki's team did not comment when reached. Was it a Freudian slip or heated rhetoric? You decide, but it lit up social media overnight. And locally, meet Williamson County's turkey lady, 73-year-old Nancy Cottrell, who's been rolling into schools with live turkey since 1988. Yesterday, she brought Tom and Tilly, two plump hand-raised birds, to College Grove Elementary. Dressed in her signature turkey feather vest, Nancy let wide-eyed kindergartners pet the gobblers while teaching them where dinner really comes from. They're not just nuggets, she laughed. They're smart, curious, and deserve respect. It started 37 years ago when a teacher asked Nancy, then a poultry farmer, to show kids the farm-to-table truth. Now retired, she still hauls her feathered ambassadors into 15-plus schools every November free of charge. Principals say the visit sparked gratitude and cut down on cafeteria waste come Turkey Day. Nancy's secret: talk soft, move slow, and always bring treats. Gobble, gobble, indeed. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Pre-market open, the Dow is down 260 points, the NASDAQ is down 296 points, and the S&P is down 51 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. Miraculously, there's nothing happening out on the roadways as you're making your way into town this morning, but just a reminder that there is a closure in Lebanon between Hill Street and West Badur Parkway for railroad work. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Watch us on Facebook and YouTube, 997WTN.com, Twitter, Twitch, so on and so forth. Listen to us anywhere you get your radio, you get your apps, all that kind of stuff. I want to change the Daily Dan poll real quick. So previously, in the first hour, I'm feeling a little ADD today. So in the first hour, we asked the question, is it fair to give $10,000 to TSA workers who did not call in sick? Because that's what the Trump administration did yesterday. And, you know, my little commentary on that. And I believe that it was the right thing to do. But I also feel like some of these TSA workers had to call in sick to go and put food on the table, drive an Uber, whatever it is. But majority of folks, I think it was 68% to 32%, felt like, yes, it was fair to give the TSA workers that $10,000 bonus, kind of a reward for not calling in sick. Now, I want to change it. New one is going to be this. So if you're listening, Mason, the visa issue is a very big issue. I am sensing that this visa issue could be as big of an issue as illegal immigration was in the last election. So here's my question that I want to do on the Daily Dan poll on YouTube. How important is the visa issue to you politically? So we can talk about it's very important, it's somewhat important, or it's not important at all. So I guess those could be the three. And if there's a fourth, suggestion there, I don't know what it would be. But I'm going to tell you, as far as I'm concerned, this is huge. It is huge. You know, we had Joe Biden, of course, and we've got a local story right now that is going to talk a little bit about the corrupt immigration system and the corrupt visa system. So you've got J.D. Vance, you've got Marco Rubio, you've got Ron DeSantis, and all of them have been speaking out about the visa program and about how these companies are bringing in all of these workers from like India and China and so forth, and they're taking American jobs. We've all been talking about that. Listen to this. I think Sam was reporting on this. Brentwood police are now warning of burglaries linked to the South American Theft Group, SATG. Residents being urged to lock doors, use cameras, and report suspicious activity. So Brentwood has been hit with, some of these crimes from this group. 2 recent home burglaries closely matched the tactics of this international crime ring known as the South American Theft Group, SATG, which has been tied to break-ins across America. So part of what they do is they target like rich homes. And this is that group that was targeting, if I'm not mistaken, the homes of professional football players and I think professional athletes when they knew that they weren't home. If I remember correctly, there was one, I forget who it was, but there is a...
Joe Burrow.
Say that again, Sam?
Joe Burrow, Cincinnati Bengals quarterback.
Yes. What was his name again?
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow. I thought it was Burrows, but whatever. So he was off playing the game, and they broke into his home. And so we've seen that over and over again. Here's what they do. These folks are from Columbia, historically. No, not Columbia, Tennessee. Historically, they say the largest source, especially they say the Billionaires Row Crews. That's what we're talking about. The Billionaires Row Crews that go in, and I don't know if the homes that were broken into in Brentwood were highfalutin homes, but these people are from Colombia, Peru, Ecuador as well, Chile, smaller numbers from Brazil and Argentina. And so here's what they do, according to Grok, because I grokked it. They obtain tourist visas, usually B1 or B2 visas to the United States, and enter our country legally. Again, these visa programs, much like we closed the border, we need to figure this crap out. They target wealthy neighborhoods like Brentwood, especially homes of celebrities, athletes, executives, and affluent suburbs. They conduct extensive surveillance, sometimes for days or weeks, watching routines, checking if alarm systems are active, testing whether homeowners arm them, looking for cameras, etc. They prefer second-story entries, including balconies and using roofs or trees to avoid ground floor alarms or dogs, etc. Can you look up for me, Mason? Is Mason gone again? No, there he is.
Nope, I'm sitting right here.
So, Mason, can you look up for me who are some of the athletes that have been busted, that have been robbed by these folks? I see Travis Kelce. I see Patrick Mahomes, Bobby Portis, Joe Burrow. Okay, so it is Joe Burrow. And Luka something or another.
Doncic.
That's it. That's right. Chilean groups, they say in particular, have been linked to hundreds of millions of dollars in losses in the last few years. And apparently, according to Brentwood police, they're now hitting homes in Brentwood. Do we know the homes in Brentwood, were they highfalutin? Sam, do we know?
Yeah, they were highfalutin. Apparently, according to police, the vehicle that has been caught on camera at all of these break-ins is a newer model BMW SUV using fake or altered plates. So the vehicle looks like it fits with the neighborhood too. That's part of I mean, they're being extremely sneaky. They've interviewed some families. They're very concerned about, running up to the store or something for a few minutes, leaving their kids at home alone. There's a lot of vegetation in some of those neighborhoods that you could be being watched, is basically what the police are saying as you're going about your daily life.
And you know what? The article said that they try to avoid homes with cameras. They have dummy cameras, right? So if you actually want to add perhaps a layer of protection, even if you don't have a real camera installed, you can have fake cameras, installed in your house so that it looks like you have a Ring cam, so that it looks like that you have actual cameras. If that's part of what will keep these, these Chilean groups away from your home, lock your door, put up cameras, put up fake cameras. And I'm assuming that they're actually breaking into the homes too, though. They're not just... the police are saying, make sure you lock your door. Well, that's all fine, well, and good. But a lot of people, their doors, they're just easily broken into. Their homes are easily broken into. I mean, if you think about I would say it this way. Think about your home and think about where you have points of vulnerability. And would it be easy for a bad guy to break into your home? And if you live in Brentwood, if you live in some of these higher falutin areas, Brentwood police are saying that this organization, the South American Theft Group, they are targeting higher-end homes. It is 6:15 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads. Six 6:15, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And the Super Text line is open, very active this morning. Thank you. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. So J.D. Vance had a great conversation with Sean Hannity last night. By the way, I'm going to do a deep dive into the whole visa thing coming up at 6:35 because Marjorie Taylor Greene, of all people, is coming to the rescue of Americans and the American people. She is turning into, I don't know, a thorn into the side of Donald Trump. I think that's really what it seems to me. But I like what she's doing. I'm just telling you, I like what she's doing. And this legislation that she is trying to move forward, I'm going to tell you all about that coming up at 6:35 on Nashville's Morning News. But I'm telling you what, she's making a lot of sense. We're going to get into the details straight ahead. But J.D. Vance, he did have what I would call a great interview with Sean Hannity last night. And one of the things that I liked about him, and you know what's interesting? There is a meme. Did I post it? I think I posted it. Where everything, and you know what? Phil Valentine used to say this all the time, which is, and it's true. I've said it too. But when you look at a lot of the problems that the American people are dealing with right now, a lot of them are exacerbated by illegal immigration, right? You want cheaper rent? Deport 20 million illegal aliens. By the way, this is a meme, Truth in Memes. Follow me on X. If you want more affordable housing, deport 20 million illegal aliens. You want safer streets? Deport 20 million illegal aliens. However, so I was just telling you about this South American theft group. You want safer streets? Lock down the visa system because that's how they're coming in. You want cheaper auto insurance? Deport 20 million illegal aliens. You want better schools? Deport 20 million illegal aliens. I'm beginning to think that we also need to expand that to lock down the visa system because that visa system is letting in a lot of bad hombres. And so J.D. Vance was on with Sean Hannity last night, and he spoke about, because affordability, right? Affordability is the phrase that pays this week and moving forward into the midterm elections. And young Americans simply cannot afford to buy homes. And so this is what J.D. Vance said about that.
I know that there are a lot of people out there, Sean, who are saying things are expensive. And we have to remember they're expensive because we inherited this terrible inflation crisis from the Biden administration. But you've already seen signs that things are getting better. The price of eggs has gone way down. The price of energy has gone way down. The price of gasoline has gone way down. And as we know, when the price of energy goes down, that starts to filter out into the entire economy. But that also takes a little bit of time. There's another component of this, Sean, which to me is maybe the most important because I care so much about our young people being able to afford a good life. A lot of young people are saying housing is way too expensive.
Yep.
Why is that? Because we flooded the country with 30 million illegal immigrants who were taking houses that ought by right go to American citizens. And at the same time, we weren't building enough new houses to begin with, even for the population that we had. So what we're doing is trying to make it easier to build houses, trying to make it easier to build factories and things like that so that people have good jobs. We're also getting all of those illegal aliens out of our country, and you're already seeing it start to pay some dividends.
All right, so that is J.D. Vance, and good answer, by the way. And this is what I mean about J.D. Vance, is he is such a good spokesperson for the Trump administration, and he speaks about the issues of Biden. It is very true that we had an inflation crisis under Joe Biden overall. Of course, everybody remembers that. We could argue about inflation and all that, but we still have work to do. I don't think there's anybody who would argue that we don't have work to do. And so he is right on eggs and gas. And it's funny, there does seem to be some moving of the goalposts, a bit of bait and switch going on with the media and the Democrats. Because remember, and I think Trump said this too, everybody screams about eggs and gas, eggs and gas. Oh my gosh, they're so expensive, right? So they did. So those go down. And now they're screaming about the cost of overall groceries. Now, that's fine. I'm all for that. But as J.D. Vance says, give the president some credit. He's got a lot going on. We just now, moving forward, we do need to highly focus on affordability for certainly the next year, heading into the midterm elections, and also as we walk up to the next presidential election. Because those younger voters, they do need to see some progress. I know that Chris Hand was talking about this, and we recorded our podcast yesterday. And part of what he says, I'm sure he said this on the radio too, is you've got to realize that if these younger voters are disenfranchised, they're not going to go out and vote for Democrats, but they're not going to come out and vote. That's the bottom line. So what we need to do is do what we can to get those younger adults in a position to succeed. Because right now, I think, and if you're listening and you're younger, you're in your, 20s, maybe early 30s, I think that you might understand that, yeah, you know what? I'm not being put in a position to succeed. Now, some are, and I'm not saying that it is up to the government to put you in a position to succeed. But right now, it seems like what the government is doing is it's putting our young people in a position to fail. And that's a big problem. Here's more from J.D. Vance.
Yeah, so a few things about that, Sean. First, we probably need to build about 5 million new homes. And if you look in the red states, we're actually doing a very good job. One of the biggest challenges that we have in the housing market, aside from too many illegal aliens who are taking the houses of American citizens, is that in the blue states, you're not building enough houses. So you go to California. Why are so many people moving out of California? It's, yes.
I have a guess. There's no water. No, your friend Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, my friend Gavin Newsom.
And maybe if they put water in fire hydrants and reservoirs, that might help, right?
Yeah, but they're not building houses. You look at those terrible fires that happened in Los Angeles.
So
you
sad.
have people who are still trying to get the permitting to rebuild their houses. This happened so long ago. So we've got to get our blue states to build enough houses for their citizens, because our red states and the federal government is actually doing a really good job. By the way, one of the biggest cities where you're seeing housing costs come down? Austin, Texas, because they're choosing smart policies and they're building enough housing. Now,
no, he's absolutely right. And we talked about this in California when they had all of those big fires. And we had, who was that? There's a comedian, I forget his name, but I played the audio and he was calling it. Somebody help me on the super text line. Who was the comedian? I've interviewed him like 3 times. My mind is just dissolving in front of my head. It was comedian, lived in California, screaming about the fact that California will never allow all of those homes to be rebuilt because they want to build low-income housing and dense housing, apartment complexes and duplexes and that kind of thing. And he said, mark my words, you're going to see a big influx of Californians into other states like Tennessee because California will overregulate the rebuilding process, and you're going to have people that have no choice but to move. And that's what's going on because the Democrats in California, why would you want to put up an $8,000 home? I should say an 8,000 square foot home when you can put up, 2 or 3 apartment complexes in that same footprint. So what you do, you overregulate those wanting to rebuild those 8,000 square foot homes so that they can eventually give up, go away, sell the land back to the state or whatever it is, and they can put up their low income, densely populated apartment buildings and townhomes and that kind of a thing. Affordable housing. And that's what California does. And that's why you are going to see such a massive influx of Californians continuing here in the state of Tennessee, Austin, Texas, perhaps, others, Florida, just all the typical states that we always talk about. So it is now. He also, J.D. Vance, said something else that I thought was interesting. Red states are doing a good job of building homes. Yes or no? I'm going to ask Sam and Mason. Yes or no, without grokking it. Do you believe that there is a housing crisis in the state of Tennessee? Just give me yes or no. I've got the numbers, so don't blow my bit, but just yes or no. Do you believe Tennessee, you just had J.D. Vance say that red states are doing a good job of building homes. Does Tennessee have a housing crisis when it comes to supply?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so Sam says absolutely not. What do you say, Mason?
I don't think so either for the amount of houses that are going up near the neighborhood that I live in, but it feels like it.
Okay. All right. I'll have the answer coming up next. By the way, I would love for people in the super text line. You tell me, do you think that Tennessee has a housing shortage? And that is 615-737-9986. We'll talk about that coming up. And right now, though, Sam has the news coming up at 6:30.
Well, bonuses could be coming for some federal employees, and a storm is brewing off the west coast of the country. We've got those stories and more on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Every time I sit down to do show prep, every single morning, every single time I do a fill-in show, maybe a show from here for WTN from home, I thank the Lord that I have Xfinity. Now imagine your Wi-Fi was a lot smarter. Picture this. Your TV, your phone, your laptop, even your family fridge working together to make life easier. Now, Xfinity does make my life easier, far more productive, and they can help you as well. Xfinity can make that dream a reality. Everything working together in your home. Devices so in sync, you'd think that they're telepathic. Now, really smart Wi-Fi that knows when your devices need a boost. The best equipment to stream 4 games at once with Multiview and Xfinity Mobile that gives you Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else. That is the magic of Xfinity. It is seamlessly in tune with you. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. To get started, find them online, Xfinity.com. That is Xfinity.com. Call them 1-800-XFINITY or drop into an Xfinity store today. Dan Mandis here from Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen, I've always recommended Mark Spain because I know that they are going to sell your home hassle-free and with a strong all-cash offer. Sell your home, friends, with Mark Spain Real Estate. And yes, get the strongest cash offer in the industry. You're going to save time, make the most money, and eliminate all that hassle. Now, the real estate market has changed, and so if you have found your dream home, but you can't get out of your current home, call Mark Spain Real Estate. They've been helping homeowners sell their homes with that guaranteed offer for nearly 30 years, and they've got over 72,000 satisfied clients. The Wall Street Journal and Real Trends have both consistently named Mark Spain Real Estate as the top real estate team in America for closed transactions for 9 years now, including being ranked the #1 real estate team in the nation for 5 consecutive years. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out at 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD, or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. This is markspain.com and start packing.
Good morning, everyone. It's 6:31, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. As the federal government reopens after the longest shutdown in the nation's history, some workers are now in line to get some extra money if they stayed on the job. ABC's Elizabeth Schulte spoke with the ABC podcast Start Here.
We did hear some announcements from the White House trying to reward some of those workers who did stay on the job. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem basically followed through on that pledge from President Trump to give a $10,000 bonus to TSA workers who didn't walk off the job during the shutdown. The Homeland Security Department says that those bonuses are going to come from leftover funds at the department.
And some other national news, some strong storms are moving into parts of California, and there are concerns that they could get some flash flooding and mudslides over the next couple of days. Details from ABC News meteorologist Jeff Smith.
We're tracking a major storm moving onto the West Coast, particularly central and southern California, under flood watches today into the day tomorrow. We're talking about some wind advisories as well, gusting up to 50 miles per hour at times. Much of the rainfall during the daylight hours of today in places like Los Angeles on the showery side.
That rain will become steadier and heavier overnight and into tomorrow. In a troubling story from eastern Tennessee, WSMV4 reports Overton County Schools in Livingston is investigating serious hazing allegations against the Livingston Academy boys basketball team, and the entire squad has been sidelined until further notice. The probe kicked off this week after reports surfaced of misconduct among team members. Details on the specific acts remain under wraps to protect those involved, but the district is following federal Title IX guidelines to the letter, ensuring due process for every student. In a statement yesterday, school officials stressed they can't act on discipline or share more until the investigation wraps up. It's about fairness and rights for all. The team suspension means no practices and no games. A tough blow mid-season. Hazing has no place in schools, folks. It's a safety issue that's claimed too many young lives. Overton vows updates soon. Teams are for building each other up, not tearing each other down. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
Thank you, Sam. King & Associates Insurance. Dan Mandis here. Now, if you need to save money on your insurance, check out my friends at King & Associates Insurance. You know, so many of my listeners have reached out to me and let me know that they've been able to save and save big with King & Associates Insurance. I've been talking about these folks for a long time. Now, one guy that I know, his 16-year-old daughter got into a car accident. She's fine. Their insurance wasn't until they went to King and Associates Insurance, and they actually saved them money. You know why? Because at King and Associates Insurance, they do know that life happens, and as independent agents, they can find you the best deal for your family. They're going to weed out the non-competitive companies and find the best options for you. And yes, keeping the communication flawless as well. King and Associates know it's not only relationships with the best companies around, but also bundling home and auto. You bundle that together, you are going to get a cheaper price. King and Associates, they're going to fight for the best deal possible for you. You owe it to yourself to make that phone call. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-321-8121, 615-321-8121 to find out what the best deal is for you on home and auto. As a business, family, or individual, save money. Get great insurance with King and Associates Insurance, 615-321-8121, tkinginsurance.com.
Okay, we do have a crash to report at I-65 southbound before the I-24 downtown split at exit 86 with a crash with the right shoulder blocked. Got some backup forming up behind it into 24 and some volume delays on 65 building. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Happy Friday to you. So I posed the question, is there a housing shortage in Tennessee? So according to Grok, because I was playing audio from J.D. Vance, and he said that the Republican states, the red states, are doing a good job of building enough homes. Well, if you grok it, and not quite. It depends on how you look at it, I guess. Yes, Grok says, Tennessee is experiencing a housing crisis as of November 2025, characterized by severe, and this is true, affordability challenges, a persistent shortage of supply relative to demand, and rising homelessness. Now, I think you got to take homelessness out of there, because there's a lot of people out there that are homeless that want to be homeless. I look at people like my daughter, other people that I know, and folks that send notes into the super text line, where it is near impossible to either find a home you can afford or even find a home. Now, the real estate market is changing. As I just said in the Mark Spain commercial, houses are sitting on the market longer. But the reality is that, according to some, we literally, simply put, don't have enough homes. And that's why you got J.D. Vance wanted to say we need to build 5 million new homes. The problem that some of the urban areas have is that the Democrats are really trying to make it far more densely populated, which is fine if you want to live in an apartment. But if you want to live in a home, then it's a little harder to find that. You know, in Nashville proper, of course, you do have places in Nashville, like, for example, Old Hickory and those kind of places where there are homes, and whether or not they're affordable is relative to who you are and what your income is and what you're willing to pay. But we do have a lack of homes here in Tennessee, especially, they say, eastern Tennessee. So if you can build more homes by deregulating, then guess what's going to happen? The supply and demand. If there's more of a supply, the cost of homes will go down. And so, that's just all part of what's going on. And there's a lot of people here in Middle Tennessee. How many roommates do you have now, Mason?
There are 5 of us total in one house.
Literally, Mason has to have 4 roommates to be able to live here in Middle Tennessee. And that kind of blows.
Yes, a little bit. It'd be nice to have my own place. It's nice to see them, but
is it nice, really, Mason? Is it nice to see your roommates? I'm calling BS on that statement. I love you, man, but I had roommates once, and I swore I'd never do it again. It was the worst experience. I would rather live in a box than have roommates again.
Men are gross.
Yeah, I was like, to be fair, though, I have a very, very, niche, situation with my roommates where one of them is my brother, one of them is my cousin, one is a friend that I grew up with, and then one is a best friend of my brother. So it's a little easier.
You guys actually lived in a big house, and then you moved together to another house.
Yeah. We lived out in Murfreesboro, and then my cousin ended up graduating from Union University and moved in with us.
So he graduated, and then he had to move in with a bunch of roommates?
Yep.
That kind of blows. What was his major? Can I just ask and be rude?
He's something in tech. He's doing coding right now as his big job, but he's saving up a bunch of money so he can go to graduate school, I believe.
Okay, very good.
So he's going to be rich.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
I've never had a roommate, never rented.
I'm hoping he buys the house from our landlord and we just pay him.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Smart business practice.
Or hopefully I could pay for my own place sometime too.
Dare to dream. Dare to dream. You know, you go out. I keep saying Clarksville. So you want good deals. Clarksville is the way to go. Old Hickory, if you've got a little bit more money. I think there's probably certain pockets in Nashville that that people can afford.
Well, in Southern Kentucky is really, I think in the next 5 years, we're going to see that be the hotbed.
Absolutely.
New homes going for $230,000, $240,000 right up there in Guthrie, up at the state line.
Mm-hmm.
I saw an apartment complex for sale in Hopkinsville, 8 bedrooms, 4 bath, $225,000. Just needs a little touch up.
Yeah,
that's cheap. Someone tried to.
That is cheap.
I was on a bourbon trip up there last winter, and someone was trying to sell me 80 acres for like 30 grand.
Wow.
Like, I don't have 30 grand, but that's a great deal.
Yeah, that's an awesome deal. Whoa.
Well, you know, we're talking about what leads to these housing issues, the housing shortages, the affordability problem, and we're talking about illegal immigration. We're talking about now the visa program as well, the very corrupt visa program where, and I'm telling you, the illegal immigration problem that the Democrats had is going to be a Republican problem going into the midterms, I believe, and also heading into the next presidential election. So Marjorie Taylor Greene is coming to the rescue on our corrupt and abused visa system. She announced yesterday that she is going to really try to start cracking down on these programs. I thought this was actually interesting. Need some video and audio. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday on what she wants to do.
I'm introducing a bill to completely eliminate, which has been riddled with fraud and abuse and has been displacing American workers for decades. There will only be one exemption in my bill, and it will allow for a $10,000 per year cap on visas issued to medical professionals like doctors and nurses who provide life-saving care to Americans. However, even this $10,000 per year cap will be phased out over 10 years to allow us time to build our own pipeline of American doctors and physicians.
So, I mean, just real quick, I do love the idea, of course. I think it's great. The medical community is really dependent on something called the J-1 visa. The number surprised me, actually. They say that international medical graduates make up to 25% of the active physical workforce in the medical community. Can you guess what the top nation is? I'm going to give you one guess, Sam. What is the top nation where we get some of these medical graduates coming into America? Can you guess what it is?
India.
There you go. India is tops. The Philippines, Pakistan, Mexico, China, of course, on the list as well. And we do have a doctor shortage in this country. Here's the reason. And you know what's so funny? It's like every single ill in America right now can be tied back to the damn Democrats.
Fact check, true.
Obamacare is why we have fewer doctors today. Doctors are burned out. They're getting older. They want to get away from the bureaucracy and all of the paperwork that Obamacare brought. Doctors just want to help people.
Well, and then COVID created a mistrust divide in what you're being told.
Yep, and COVID, obviously, as well. So there's other issues, too, but those are the main ones. Lots of doctors retiring, not enough coming up through the ranks. Our population is aging, but there's more to this story. So I like what Marjorie Taylor Greene says when she talks about bringing more doctors into the fold, American doctors, if we can actually produce them. Because right now we have a lot of kids, younger adults that actually they want to be doctors. Applications to U.S. medical schools hit a record 52,000 last year. And that is up big time. I've got more on this straight ahead. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, it's going to be nice today. Mostly sunny, high of 74. On Saturday, a little breezy in the morning, warm with the temperature approaching a record 79. Set in 1964 with some sunshine as well.
That was a good year for you.
A few clouds, 1964?
Yeah.
I wasn't even born yet. It's 3 years before my time.
Oh.
Thanks, though, for making me older than I am. Also, Sunday, we drop back down to the mid-60s. All right, so Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about trying to produce more doctors here in America. And it's not the kids don't want to be doctors, because that was the first thing that I thought. I thought, maybe kids don't want to be doctors anymore. Yes, kids, what they want to be today, you know what they say? Influencers. So right now we have a lot of kids, though, that do actually want to be doctors. Applications to U.S. medical schools hit a record 52,000 last year. And again, that is up. Now, as far as Tennessee goes, we have a doctor shortage. They say we'll be short nearly 6,000 physicians by 2030. I have spoken to Dr. Manny Sethi about this earlier. Now, this includes over 1,100 primary care doctors, especially hit will be those rural areas. And so Marjorie Taylor Greene says, we got to fix this.
My bill will also restore the original intent of the visa, for it to be temporary. These visas were intended to fulfill a specialty occupational need at a given time. People should not be allowed to come and live here forever. We thank them for their expertise, but we also wish them well so they may return to their home country. My bill will take away the pathway to citizenship, forcing visa holders to return home when their visa expires.
All right, so she's talking about the folks that way overstay their visas or they just keep renewing their visas. Now, I'm not saying that all visas are bad. They're not. But if we need doctors from India, well, okay, we need doctors from India, but we also need to start working on refilling the medical ranks with Americans. I mean, this isn't that hard. We start with the American people. We put the American people in a position to succeed, not a position to fail, which is what we're doing now with all of these visa programs that companies are using to import cheaper workers and a cheaper workforce. And so we need to start putting Americans in a position where if they want to be a doctor, they can be a doctor, and allowing doctors to actually help patients these days versus having to do all of that paperwork and dealing with all the bureaucracy. That is a huge deal. And again, it all goes back to the Democrats. So, and this is just a personal anecdote. I tried calling around to get a doctor, like near me in Mount Juliet. The one that I was going to, because I'm such a healthy individual, I hadn't gone to the doctor in like 3 years. And so I guess I lost my status as a patient with my existing doctor. And so they wanted to treat me as a new patient. You know how long I was going to have to wait? Like 4 or 5 months to get in to see a doctor that I'd already seen. So it is a nightmare. And I ended up having to settle for what do you call him? He's not a doctor, but he kind of functions as a doctor.
Physician's assistant.
Physician's assistant kind of a thing. Yeah. So that's what I don't even have a doctor right now. Amy actually got mad the other day. She said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to make you an appointment for like 2027. You better go.
You guys are going to the doctor?
Well, yeah, when I have to.
Must be nice.
Yes. We're the Millers meme. You guys are getting paid?
So more from Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about the doctor shortage and what we need to do to grow our medical ranks.
In order to build our pipeline of American doctors and medical professionals, my bill will also prohibit Medicare-funded residency programs from admitting non-citizen medical students into their programs. Just last year alone, there were over 9,000 doctors in the U.S. who graduated from medical school but were left without a residency placement. Meanwhile, in 2023 alone, there were over 5,000 foreign-born doctors who received residency spots. This is entirely unfair, and it's America last.
If you missed that. So what you just said was there were over 9,000 doctors that graduated medical school without a residency placement, but they imported 5,000 students from other countries that got those residency spots. Putting the American people, and especially our young adults, in positions to fail. It's almost like, okay, if you're not going to help me, that's fine, but get the hell out of my way. And that's what I feel like the government through these visa programs is doing, is they're getting in the way. And that's how I feel about the visa programs. Listen, we keep hearing that Americans don't have the talent, but we do. We're just not being given the opportunity. And so it's like, this is why we can't have nice things. That phrase comes into play. The visa program is valuable, and yeah, it can definitely help Americans, but you know, these various industries, they just can't help themselves. So we have to completely revamp this, and what Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying is right. We got to revamp these programs and get aggressive on getting the next generation of workers ready, instead of relying so much on foreign nations, which is what we're doing. We need to end the corruption. And the Trump administration this year has imposed that $100,000 annual fee for new visa applicants and more oversight. But of course, it's going through legal challenges. So now the question is, okay, well then, who is going to be able to fix the visa problem? I've got that straight ahead because I want you to think about who is going to be running for the presidency in 2028. You got Ron DeSantis, you got J.D. Vance, you got Marco Rubio. We're going to talk about those three and their history of votes on visas. That is coming up next on Super Talk. It is 6:54. Sam, what's coming up in the news?
Well, an update on a case against Trump opponents, and a juvenile has been arrested in connection to a string of armed robberies in Nashville. Those stories and more on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$6:55. I still don't. I was talking to Mason off the air. I still don't understand the whole 6-7 thing. Do you get it, Mason?
I don't think anybody outside of middle school gets that joke.
Amy knew it. I asked Amy, what is this whole 6-7 thing? Yeah, she tried to explain it to me, but I lost interest like 5 seconds in.
Yeah.
I would rather, think about Zentex and a big bathroom upgrade from my friends at Zentex. This is a great way to increase the value of your home. Zentex is a great company that has a great deal just for listeners to my show. How about converting your bathtub into a walk-in shower? Now, that is going to up your home's value. They can do that for you. And for listeners to my show, Zentex is going to give you $999 off or 0% interest for 2 years, whatever works best for you. Now, Zentex has won awards for ethics from the Better Business Bureau. And last year, they were voted one of the best places to work in the construction industry. And happy employees mean great customer service. So remember that great deal. You can get $999 off or 0% interest for 2 years when you go through Zentex, whichever option works best for you. And you mentioned WTN, you get a free Kohler toilet with your purchase. Find them online, Zintex, Zentex.com. That's Zentex.
Good morning, everybody. It's 7 o'clock on the dot, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. A federal judge in Virginia has promised a decision by Thanksgiving on a new challenge to the charges brought against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Lawyers for both went before the judge yesterday, arguing that the indictment should be thrown out on grounds that the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, Lindsay Halligan, was unlawfully appointed. Her predecessor, Eric Siebert, stepped down from the office amid pressure to bring charges, despite the fact that his office determined there wasn't enough evidence in either case to get a conviction. Comey is accused of lying to Congress, and James is facing mortgage fraud charges. ABC News Washington managing editor Catherine Falder spoke with ABC Podcast Start Here.
If the judge does find that Lindsay Halligan's appointment is invalid and then in turn decides to dismiss the case, she is obviously dismissing both of those cases. If this case is not dismissed on this matter, there's a hearing next week specifically related to Comey. What Comey's legal team is saying is selective and vindictive prosecution.
And a disturbing case out of East Tennessee from Fox 17. A 53-year-old Greenville woman, Katrina Favret, pleaded guilty yesterday in federal court in southern Ohio to funding and sharing monkey torture videos, part of a global animal crush ring. Court docs say from 2021 to 2023, Favret paid overseas producers up to $100 per clip to inflict pain on infant Mackies. Nails pulled, limbs broken, even fire. She then traded the footage in private online groups, bragging about custom orders. The DOJ's Operation Monkey Shockwave busted the network. Favret faces up to 5 years in prison at sentencing in February. Her plea includes forfeiture of devices and a no animals ever order. Animal advocates call it a landmark win. The judge calls the acts pure evil. More arrests are expected in the case. And Metro Police have arrested a 16-year-old serial suspect linked to at least 4 armed holdups targeting cell phone stores along Murfreesboro Pike. According to Fox 17, the teen's latest hit came Tuesday at Dragon Wireless near Harding Place. Gun in hand, mask on, demanding cash and phones before bolting. Detectives say he struck the same strip 3 times in October alone, plus a T-Mobile and Hermitage. The total haul, thousands in merchandise and money. Tips and surveillance video led officers to the juvenile yesterday. He's now in custody facing multiple aggravated robbery charges. Police believe a second suspect is still at large, described as a heavy-set black male in a ski mask. Some store owners are breathing easier but urge vigilance. Anyone with info is urged to call Crime Stoppers. And your market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. About an hour before market open, the Dow is down 266 points, the NASDAQ is down 368 points, and the S&P is down 65 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. Okay, got a few accidents to report to you this morning. There is some volume delay building up on 24 as you're making your way into town, specifically around the Laverne area, but we do have a crash. The off-ramp, right shoulder blocked on the off-ramp to Hermitage Avenue, exit 212 on 24. Still have that crash with the right shoulder block at the Briley Parkway, Ellington Parkway, exit 90A. And I do believe out in Paragon Mills, we have an injury crash at Ellison Fields Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to a Friday, November 14th. Hope you're doing great, and there is a lot going on. We have a great poll up today. Daily Dan poll on YouTube. These visa programs are in the news, and it is my contention. I don't think it's some great light bulb moment. I think it's obvious, but I think this visa situation, this visa topic discussion is going to be very big heading into especially the presidential election coming up here in a couple of years. And so I asked on the Daily Dan poll, how important is this visa issue to you? You know, the government allowing all of these loopholes for these companies to abuse the visa system, which means that ultimately fewer and fewer Americans are being hired for jobs in the STEM and tech industries, and they're shipping in a bunch of dudes and women from India and China and Pakistan and all of these other countries, and really getting in the way of our younger adults' success as they try to make their way in the world. So how important is this to you? And Mason, how did we frame the question, and what are people saying?
Pretty simple. How important is the visa issue to you? The top answer is extremely important with 68%, somewhat important with 23%, and not important at all at 9%.
I think this is going to be a very big deal. I think this is going to be the illegal immigration type issue that we saw in the last presidential election, because here's the deal. And I think this is going to be a very big deal in the presidential primary, perhaps. So I'm was playing audio from Marjorie Taylor Greene because she now has a piece of legislation, and what she basically wants to do is she wants to clean up these visa programs, and she wants to ban the visa programs, close all those loopholes, and basically reset and start over, giving a slight a pass to the medical industry for a time. And so she is talking about this, and I think that this is something that does need to be discussed. Here's one more audio bite from Marjorie Taylor Greene on why she wants to protect the jobs of Americans.
My bill will help mitigate the shortage of doctors and nurses in our country, the shortage that we face, while at the same time serve as an off-ramp from our reliance on foreign workers by allowing us time to fill our residency programs with American doctors. Now, this will completely end the H-1B visa program in all other sectors in the job force and in the workforce. This is America first. It's time to put American citizens first instead of foreigners first. And this has gone on, and this has been an abuse for far too long. Americans deserve a future. They deserve a chance. And I believe Americans are the most talented people in the world, the most creative, and I want them to have their American dream. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So that is Marjorie Taylor Greene. And you'll notice that as people talk about this, they're throwing in there that they believe that the American people are the most talented. That is, I believe, a swipe at Donald Trump. We talked about that yesterday and the day before. No need to relitigate that. But I looked up the top visa issuers here in the state of Tennessee. I was surprised at some of these. St. Jude Children's Hospital, that's right, out in Memphis. And again, it's because of the doctors and the medical staff that we are short on, which is, again, why Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying that she's going to give a brief pass to the medical industry, because we do have, as I mentioned in the previous hour, we do have a shortage of medical personnel, whether we're talking about doctors, whether we're speaking about nurses and so forth. And so obviously, if we are depending on doctors from India and China and other places, well, we have to have those doctors if there's not enough doctors. But as we said in the previous segment, if you're just joining us very quickly, let me retrace that we had a study, I think it was in 2023, she said, where we had 9,000 doctors who needed residencies, and they didn't have any residencies. They weren't able to find a residency, yet we had 5,000 foreign students, foreign doctors coming in and taking those residencies literally from American students. And that should anger you. It angers me. So I like where she's going. There's probably some industries that are going to be like, holy crap, we have to have these visa programs in place. I'll let all of that shake out. But who are the top visa issuers in the state of Tennessee? St. Jude Children's Hospital out there in Memphis. Sam, this perhaps will not surprise you. You used to work at Amazon, FedEx as well. Vandy is on the list for education, and also Vanderbilt University Medical Center for medical and clinical specialists as well. So
the crazy part is I know that those visas for Amazon, those are going to the kind of higher up, not obviously anything super executive, but they're the cushy salary jobs.
Right.
That, you may need a computer cert or something to do, but they are the nicer ones than working in the warehouse or doing the actual delivering.
But in your perspective, are there American people that cannot do the jobs that Amazon is utilizing for visa holders?
No, I 100% believe that we could have Americans in those roles.
Right.
And instead of visa holders. But again, as you have pointed out, it's cheaper to import it.
Mm-hmm. So here's the deal. I hope that with the visa programs, and again, I said earlier, this is why we can't have nice things. We can't have nice things because the government is allowing these corporations to abuse the system. Somebody actually asked me in the super text line, somebody said, I'm trying to figure out, Dan, I'm trying to figure out who you're blaming. Are you blaming the government or are you blaming the corporations? I'm blaming both. I'm blaming the government for allowing the loopholes, and I'm blaming the corporations for utilizing those loopholes to hire foreign workers. And so if we are going to deal with a system, a visa system that is going to be perpetually abused, and it is going to work against the success of our young adults, then we've got to reset the whole damn thing and rebuild it. You got to focus on Americans. You've got to plug the holes with foreigners, period. End of story. But focus on Americans first. So, for example, let's just go down the road that I was talking about earlier. If you've got 10,000 residencies, right? Let's say you've got 10,000 openings for residencies for doctors graduating from medical school. So if you've got 8,000 doctors, American doctors, that are applying for those residencies, then absolutely, those 8,000 should get those jobs. The 8,000 Americans should get the residencies. You got 2,000 left. Plug those holes with people from other countries, if that's what you need to do. And then figure out a way, eventually, to plug every hole, every residency with an American. I don't want foreign doctors in our country taking the place of American doctors. And that is precisely what is happening. And that is precisely why I applaud Marjorie Taylor Greene for what she's doing. And again, I realize there's going to be a lot of conversation and there's going to be a lot of industries that are going to be screaming that they can't get by without their visas. She's starting the conversation, which is a lot more than I can say for what is going on right now. It is 7:15, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, it is going to be nice and nicer, as a matter of fact. Mostly sunny, nice and warm today, high of 74 Saturday. Breezy in the morning, warm with temperatures approaching a record of 79 degrees set in 1964. And sunshine as well, a few clouds. On Sunday, we drop back down into the mid-60s. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I think that this visa issue is going to be very important for folks heading into the midterms and beyond, well beyond into the presidential election of 2028. So Ron DeSantis, I'm just going to go through three of the people right now that are out there talking about how we got to get tougher. We got to get tougher on the visa situation. So Ron DeSantis has been saying for a long time now, as governor for the state of Florida, that the visa programs are out of control. He has signed an executive order in Florida to make state universities stop their use of visa programs. But when Ron DeSantis was in Congress, House of Representatives, of course, he voted to expand visa programs. So that's one of those that's not going to age well. Now, can I just say this? When it comes to these bills and legislation that are in the House of Representatives and in the Senate, because they attach these stupid things, like, for example, the $500,000 for senators whose data was breached, that was complete and utter BS, absolute BS, that those 8 senators, one way or another, that ended up in the legislation. So they couldn't hold up the government being funded and getting open again. So they were forced to vote for that and vote in the affirmative, even though we were all disgusted by that. So I don't know, without doing a hardcore deep dive into the circumstances where DeSantis did vote for a visa expansion there at the when he was a member of Congress, I don't know if it was attached to anything or what. That's all for them to explain. Marco Rubio, of course, Marco was part of that Gang of 8 way back when that called for immigration reforms 13 years or so ago. Everybody's talking about how Marco Rubio is going to be a great presidential candidate or a great running mate for J.D. Vance. So what did Marco Rubio vote? He was part of that Gang of 8. And part of that was, and it was Gang of 8 immigration reforms during the Obama administration. And so part of that was an H-1B visa expansion. So again, not going to age well, including limits on numbers. They wanted to limit the numbers that had these H-1B visas, but ultimately it called for an expansion of H-1B visas. They were trying to tackle fraud and abuse within the program. And remember, this is years ago now. This is, again, 12, 13 years ago. In other words, we've had problems with fraud and abuse in these visa programs for years. It is in the past, 5 years or so, that it's really gotten out of control. And it is exacerbated by all of these college students doing what they were told, taking STEM classes and taking STEM majors and getting their degrees in science, technology, and engineering and math, only to find out that some cheaper guy from India is coming in to take his job. So this is a very big issue. Now, I had Sam, I tasked, not Sam, but Mason. I tasked Mason with looking up J.D. Vance. When he was in the Senate, what did J.D. Vance, how did he vote when it came to visa programs? Was he voting to curtail those programs, or did he vote to expand visa programs?
You went back and forth depending on the topic. Like one towards H-1B, there's no recorded vote, but the one towards like Ukraine with stuff like that, he was against.
Okay.
There are a couple where he's for as well, but it's very back and forth.
And here's the thing. You may have voted for something back 10, 15 years ago. And it looks terrible now, but maybe for whatever reason, it made sense to you when you made that vote. I can't think of one, but I'd be willing to bet there's an opinion or two that I've had over my many years of hosting where I look back on that opinion now and it was like facepalm, what the hell was I thinking? I can't think of one, to be honest with you. I mean, you folks have been listening for a long time. You could probably tell me when I've had a flea-bitten opinion that turned out to be totally wrong. That does happen to everybody. When you're in Congress, though, those votes are recorded. And right now, some of those votes to ultimately expand or continue to allow these visa programs and really not stopping the fraud and abuse and corruption in the visa programs, going back, 12, 13 years. And we still have these problems today. And it is really targeting our young adults. So when we have an entire generation of young 20-somethings and they've graduated school, they're riddled with this college debt, and you have the politicians not doing a damn thing, and you have this perception, real or otherwise, that Donald Trump is saying that we don't have talented people in America that can take these jobs. Yeah, they're going to become disengaged. They're not going to come out and vote. And they're just frankly going to stew in their anger that they cannot buy a home. They cannot start a family. And what is it? It's not only illegal immigration, but also these visa programs that are getting in their way of success. So go take the Daily Dan poll, if you would, on YouTube. How important are these visa programs to you when you go to vote in the midterm elections and certainly in the presidential election coming up in 2028? That's going to be a big deal in the primary. So I can tell you right now that for me, whether or not we are able to really do what Marjorie Taylor Greene is talking about doing, which is cleaning up and locking down and eliminating these visa programs that are horrifically corrupt at the corporate level. And our government is allowing it to happen currently. Trump is trying to clamp down on it, but of course there's lawsuits. We need to fix this, and we need to fix this right away. And if we don't, then I fear that it is the Republicans that will ultimately pay a price. It is 7:22 on Nashville's Morning News, and Sam is in for Joan. Joan's back on Monday. Sam's got the news at 7:30. Hey, Sam.
So we have an audit sweeping across the state of Tennessee when it comes to children's materials, and a Nashville man was indicted Wednesday by a Davidson County grand jury. We'll let you know what that is about. Those stories and more coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:23 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Let me give you a phone number that's going to save you a ton of money. 866-90-NATION. Now, that's my phone number for Window Nation. That is yours as well. I've called them twice. I got 4 windows through Window Nation in my home. I got one in my kitchen. I got one in my bedroom, and I've got a couple downstairs in my basement studio. If you need replacement windows, if you want to up the value of your home, call my friends at Window Nation and take advantage of Window Nation's end-of-year sale going on through this month. Listen to this. 50% off all window styles. That is huge, especially heading into Christmas time. 50% off all window styles. You could also get 0% financing for 5 years thanks to my friends at Window Nation. Get the windows you want to protect and beautify your home through Window Nation. You know, they've got over 1,500 styles and colors. That's right. They've also got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and yours truly. So call them and take advantage of that great deal. 50% off all of those window styles and 0% interest financing for 5 years. That's right. Mention me. 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION. WindowNation.com. 7:29, 7:30, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I just saw this. I consider myself, fairly adept at staying up on things. I missed this in my morning show prep. Apparently, Jeffrey Epstein wrote a disturbing email to himself before he committed suicide. Air quotes. So what did he say to himself? I'm going to discover this along with you, perhaps. Coming up next, this was posted yesterday afternoon at some point, but I find this very fascinating. By the way, CNN is back on their Donald Trump Epstein fetish this morning. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It's Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, everyone. It's 7:30, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. The state of Tennessee has ordered a sweeping audit of children's materials across 181 public libraries in 91 counties. That's nearly the entire regional system, according to News Channel 5. This includes Rutherford County's Smyrna and Linball public libraries. The audit issued yesterday by the Tennessee Secretary of State's office requires reviewing all kids and juvenile books on topics like age appropriateness, puberty, sexual orientation, gender identity, and diversity initiatives. It's tied to a 2024 law and stems from years of public complaints about sensitive content that may contain adult sexual themes. Libraries must submit compliance plans by December 31st, flagging or reclassifying non-compliant items, or risk losing up to $3.1 million in annual state and federal funding for materials, which could impact jobs as well. In Rutherford County, Smyrna closed this week for the review, while Linball will shutter November 17th through the 21st for an emergency inventory. Critics decry it as censorship, but sensible supporters see it as protecting kids. Local decisions rule, but the ACLU's watching in the wings for challenges. More as it unfolds. And the mystery around the death of a New Jersey man has been solved. The 47-year-old went on a camping trip with his family last year and got violently sick after eating a steak. He recovered, but a couple weeks later ate a hamburger and got sick again and then passed away. An autopsy initially classified his death as unexplained, but after his wife had his blood tested at the University of Virginia, it was discovered he had contracted alpha-gal syndrome. Dr. Stephanie Weidmer is an ABC News contributor.
What happens is people develop a hypersensitivity or an allergy to this carbohydrate that is found in animal meat. And what triggers this hypersensitivity or this allergy, so to speak, is a bite from the Lone Star tick.
And locally, a 31-year-old man, Efrain Vicente Luna, was indicted Wednesday by Davidson County grand jury, Fox 17 reports, on 3 counts of first-degree murder and aggravated robbery in the brutal killings of 3 men inside a home on Bart Drive in Antioch. Prosecutors say the victims, Jesus Gallardo Ramirez, Antonio Munoz Rizo, and Jesus Manuel Munoz Morales, all believed to be from Atlanta, were found shot to death on October 5th, 2024, execution style, with signs of a forced entry. Investigators linked the slayings to an underground prostitution ring operating out of the residence, where Vicente Luna allegedly confronted the group over a dispute. Vicente Luna, already in custody since last October on unrelated charges, was identified through surveillance video of his vehicle at the scene, plus evidence seized from his home. He faces life without parole if convicted. Metro Homicide still probing possible accomplices. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
7:33, Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here, talking about my friends at the Glock store. Now, for the last couple of weeks, you've heard me talk about booking your holiday party at the Glock store. Well, now I'm going to invite you to one on Black Friday. Now, this year, Glock store is going to blow the doors off of every other Black Friday sale that you've ever been to. As a matter of fact, it's going to be more like a party than a sale. Now, the doors are going to open normal time on Black Friday, 9 a.m., and that's going to be really the last normal thing that they do that day, because they're putting together this huge event, so the details are coming together. But if I had my guess, I'm thinking huge discounts on everything, including Glocks and the latest from the performance products as well. I'm also thinking some really great food trucks, as always. And, you know, knowing the Glock store, I've been going there for a long time. I have no doubt there will also be more than a few great giveaways, valuable products that you can win just by being there. Check them out online. It is glockstore.com, shoot270.com as well. Don't forget That's Black Friday, huge event right there at the one and only Glock store. Minutes from the airport, worth the drive from anywhere, especially on Black Friday.
Okay, got a crash out in Hermitage with the right shoulder block on I-40 westbound at the Stewart's Ferry Pike, exit 219. There's scattered debris in the left lane. TDOT is on the way out there right now. Creve Hall, there's a crash at I-65 northbound at the Hogan Road overpass. Paragon Mills, there's an injury crash at Nolensville Pike and Elysian Fields Roads. Give the crews time to clean that up. And then your normal volume delays are building on 65, 40, and 24 if you're making your way into town. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.38 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. Watch us on YouTube if you would. Watch us anywhere you want. Got your YouTube, got your Facebook, X, 997WTN.com. I believe we're on Rumble. Some people like put us on YouTube and put us on their big TV, like right there in the living room, which is why I really try, and I need to try harder, to watch my language.
Don't let that go to your ego there.
Me?
Yeah.
On the big screen.
You on the big screen.
No, they do. People have sent me photos of the show.
I know. I
on
try
their
to
big
delete
screen
them from the text messages so you don't see them.
And if I keep eating the cake, they're going to need a bigger screen.
Nothing wrong with cake.
Sponge cake absorbing it all.
Did you get that joke? All right.
Is that cake thick?
So anyway, Jeffrey Epstein wrote a disturbing email to himself before his suicide. Now, I don't know when this came out. I was on the Daily Mail earlier, but apparently the disgraced pedophile, as he was spiraling, because he knew that he was more than likely going to have to go to prison, I guess he wrote a paranoid email to himself months before his death, rambling on about Donald Trump. Now, remember the coverage that we did yesterday, right? Where you had CNN, MSNBC, mainstream media really trying to sell this story that Jeffrey Epstein wrote about Donald Trump in emails, which was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, he did, but what the media was trying to do was trying to say that, you know, Epstein was connecting Donald Trump to doing, you know, bad things with little girls. I mean, but the emails didn't say anything like that, not even close. It was all a bunch of innuendo. But I think one thing that we learned from yesterday's coverage and yesterday's release, the day before yesterday, this week's release of all these documents, is that Jeffrey Epstein was trying to destroy Donald Trump. He was talking to the New York Times, saying, I've got a photo of Donald Trump surrounded by a bunch of girls in bikinis in my kitchen. Do you want it? Well, that doesn't mean anything. And now this. He's saying, this is what the Daily Mail says. This was an email sent to himself in February of 2019. Now, how awful must this have been for Jeffrey Epstein? And I hope he's so evil, he's so perverted, he's so disgusting. Clearly, he was in some sort of a spiral. And that's why he was trying to destroy Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump is the president of the United States. And he's getting ready to go to prison. And he was always angry, Jeffrey Epstein was always angry that Donald Trump disconnected with him years prior because he was a creeper. And he was pilfering girls from Mar-a-Lago. So this is what the Daily Mail says. Redacted, name, whatever. Worked at Mar-a-Lago. Trump knew of it and came to my house many times during that period, Epstein wrote, 6 months before he was found hanged at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan. But you know what he also says? He also says he never got a massage. It's what the article says. Epstein appeared to be spiraling as he was facing new charges of abusing dozens of girls following a bombshell investigation by the Miami Herald in 2019. It came more than a decade after he was convicted of soliciting a minor for prostitution in 2008. The president, I should say the pedophile, appears to downplay the significance of his abuse to victims, writing this. The girls returned to the home multiple times. I probably should have read this before I went down the road. I can't say what he wrote next, but he says most of them were in their 20s. So they don't really understand why he wrote this email to himself, but he did. The following day, he forwarded the exchange to the author Michael Wolff, who was writing an expose on Donald Trump at the time. And as he sent this information over to Wolff, Jeffrey Epstein said, have fun. So again, we have a story here where there's just, I guess, a bunch of rambling innuendo from Jeffrey Epstein, because he knew, again, not to belabor the point, he knew that he was going to prison. He knew that he was going to go to prison, and the guy that he wanted to bring down with him, Donald Trump, is the president of the United States, and nothing is sticking. Trump famously expelled the financier around October of 2007, according to the Mar-a-Lago's club registry. And the president has revealed that Jeffrey Epstein was stealing young women who worked at his estate, including Virginia Giuffre. So I think that Epstein was really bitter. I think that he was looking at the success that Donald Trump was having. And when Trump disconnected with him, because Epstein, part of Epstein's deal, because dude was, psychotic. He was a pedo. I mean, I could go on and on. But one of the things was that he liked being around other powerful men. And so when one of the most powerful men in New York at the time, obviously Donald Trump, also very popular as far as pop culture and all of that, when Trump disconnected, then you had Epstein, who was, his ego was hurt because he's driven by a couple of things. Jeffrey Epstein, driven by sex, driven by ego, and driven by money, and driven by power. So when one of his most powerful friends disconnects with him because he's a creeper and he's pilfering the women, the teenagers who worked at Mar-a-Lago, yeah, Trump kicked him out. And he was trying to get his revenge on Donald Trump till the day he died. A lot of people, by the way, encouraging Donald Trump to sue the likes of CNN and some of the other media outlets based on the coverage from yesterday. We're going to talk about that straight ahead, 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, it's going to be nice today and tomorrow, mostly sunny today, high of 74. Saturday, we could be hitting a record set in 1964. The high of 79 on Saturday could be a record. The record previously was set in 1964 with 79 degrees. Sunshine as well, so bottom line is warmer on Saturday. Sunday, we are going to drop back into the mid-60s. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm not sure why I almost said WNBA there, but I did. Do you know what else I almost did earlier today? Just being totally honest. When I was talking about Sean Duffy, I almost called him Sean Diddy Combs. I don't know. I'm glad it's Friday.
Those two guys could not be further apart.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Listen, all I'm saying is something's happening with my brain, man.
I told you to get the baby oil off the desk there.
I don't think it's Biden brain. I don't think I'm there yet.
But when you mill from the bill,
I'm just glad that it's Friday, and I think everybody else is as well. Stephen A. Smith had this to say to the Democrats about where have they been for the last many years when it comes to the Epstein files.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind that the Epstein files were in existence and free to have been opened during the Biden administration.
You know, sometimes I just think that who's louder, Stephen A. Smith or Mark Levin?
Ooh.
That's a tough one, isn't it? And listen, here's what I'm going to say. Everything that you're going to hear Stephen A. Smith, conservatives have been saying forever, right? So just because he screams it and he says it louder and he's on the left, he gets a lot of media attention when he comes around to our way of thinking.
You were there for 4 years. How come you didn't open it as a Democratic Party then?
Because they knew there was actually nothing there, Stephen A. Smith. They knew that there's nothing there. Everything that we saw yesterday and today is nothing but innuendo. That's all it is. And there's absolutely no proof.
What am I missing?
Nothing.
I'm not saying I know. It's a legitimate question. Maybe I don't remember the answer. Maybe my extraordinary producers should be able to help me during the commercial break. But
I still think that was a slam on his producers. I think when he said he was talking about his extraordinary producers, he was angry with his producers because they couldn't find any information on all of this. Because that's what some hosts do. Like when I talk about my great producers, I'm really just telling you guys that you're full of crap. I'm totally kidding.
Yeah, no, Dan hates us over here.
No, you guys are a big help. But I think that Stephen A. Smith was serious. I think that he was calling out his producers.
Producers should be able to help me during the commercial break. But from my understanding, the same files that were open or being open now with the 220 pages of documents or whatever it is, with various emails, that could have been done when Biden was in office.
And the Democrats had the House and the Democrats had the Senate. Yep.
Well, why didn't you do it?
Again, because they knew that there was nothing there. They're trying to politicize this now because they're trying to distract from them, the Democrats, shutting down the government.
If it's so important now, what were the Democrats doing at that particular moment in time?
They're trying to throw Donald Trump in prison. It's part of what they were doing.
See, this is the kind of stuff that smells.
It does smell. Stephen A. Smith. Is he finally discovering the stench of the Democrats? Is he finally doing it?
He has these moments where he's like, it should be common sense practice that we get labeled, right-wing extremists for. So I don't know for sure, but I'd find it amusing to see him run for president.
Yeah, I think that, we've talked about this before. I think that him running for president in a primary against other Democrats would be a lot of fun. I think that, him shouting down a Hillary Clinton can you imagine Stephen A. Smith running in a presidential primary, if he's running as a Democrat, against Cory Booker. Can you imagine the two of them yelling at each other? I bet you Stephen A. Smith would make Cory Booker cry.
Oh, easily.
I think that Cory Booker would cry. I think that Jasmine Crockett would try to probably kick him in the you-know-where. I think that, AOC would probably somehow try to play the race card. So I think that would be a lot of fun. That would be more fun than, watching Donald Trump take on those 16 other presidential hopefuls back when he ran the first time in the primary, when he took out Marco Rubio and Jeb Bush. And who else was there? Oh, there's so many people that Mike Pence. He took out very formidable politicians. And, that was fun to watch. I would love to see Stephen A. Smith run as a Democrat and run specifically in a Democrat primary and take on some of the names that I just mentioned. I would pay to see that.
I think he'd mop the floor with Jasmine Crockett. Apparently, she went on local news yesterday talking about trying to stir up allegations that the Trump administration has obscured the investigation into Epstein.
Obscured the investigation.
Mm-hmm. She's going on the news saying that she doesn't feel like any of the questions are being answered, and neither do her constituents and all that. I've got it queued up to an interesting point if you want to hear it.
Go ahead.
Considering that the president right now is trying to obstruct on some very basics of let's just get a subpoena that says release all the information, I wouldn't be surprised, just like he obstructed the prosecution of one of his henchmen who took $50,000 in taxpayer dollars from undercover officers. I wouldn't be surprised if he sent a message and said, stop investigating. We're done with this. Epstein's dead. I don't want to hear anything else about it.
Do you have any evidence of that claim?
I have no idea. No.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
She's hilarious.
She's like, throws down all of this thunder, and then she's asked, do you have any evidence? Well, no, I don't have any evidence.
There's 2 minutes of under throwdown thunder before that point, and then the anchor goes, do you have any evidence of that? Well, no, but I want to stir the pot, essentially.
I guess who needs evidence if you're Jasmine Crockett, right? Jasmine Crockett crap. Who needs evidence when you're her? But it's like she thinks that she can just, blink her pterodactyl wings and it's all just, everybody's going to believe her. You know what I mean?
Just like how the Democrats' Twitter, they tweeted out that false claim about Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
People already saw it. People screenshotted it. So they're going to believe it even though it was wrong. And they're not going to come out and take accountability and say, hey, we lied. Because, that's an automatic win for a lawsuit. But
absolutely. In case you missed it, and this probably was in the news yesterday after we left, but the DNC, the official X account of the DNC actually posted that Donald Trump had Thanksgiving dinner with Epstein. What year was it? Was it 2018? 2017.
When he was in office.
Yeah, when Donald Trump is in office. So the DNC accuses Donald Trump in a post of having Thanksgiving dinner with Jeffrey Epstein, a convicted sex offender.
She also, in this same interview, by the way, this is where she's about to come under fire, says that Donald Trump may be a pedophile. Said it on the air.
She said that on the air.
She said that it's not in this clip because I'm sure the local station doesn't want it being circulated, but it's going around social media right now from last night.
I'm going to find that, and I'm going to play it coming up at 8:05 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and a lot more straight ahead as well. 615-737-9986, 615-737 WWTN. A few reminders, just very quick. We're live every weekday on Facebook, Rumble, Twitch, X, 997WTN.com, our favorite YouTube, where you can chat with us live, answer the Daily Dan poll as well. Ways to listen, 99.7 on your FM dial, the WTN app, and as always, the iHeartRadio app as well. And we are going to return here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And Sam's got the news coming up at 8. Sam, what you got?
One interstate in Tennessee has claimed 3 lives in 24 hours, all in separate incidents. And one MSNBC host is under fire for her comments about the president. Those stories and more on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Now, they are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. Now, they're not going to leave you in the dark, and financing is available. Call them at 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. Protect your family with one of these great backup home standby generators from the Generator Supercenter. When the power is out in your neighborhood, your power is going to be on, thanks to the Generator Supercenter. Find them online, GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com, GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com. $7:57 on WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at DT McCall's, a great Tennessee company. They are here for their fellow Tennesseans with great prices, selection, and value. Now, I've been telling you about DT McCall's for a long time. And yeah, this is one of those companies. I was a customer before. I was a endorser. And I bought a washer, a washing machine, and a dryer, I think, from DT McCall's, and also a dishwasher. So I've bought a lot of things from DT McCall's. This is a great company. If you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's. If you need an appliance, if it plugs in, they've got it. They've always got specials going on to save you money. If you need indoor furniture, you need a couch, a recliner, whatever, they can hook you up at DT McCall's. Every time something breaks or every time Amy tells me that she wants a new piece of furniture, first thing I do is go to their website, dtmccalls.com, because every day I can guarantee you that they've got some sort of a special on what you need. The best brands of appliances like washer and dryer sets, dishwashers, and a whole lot more. The best furniture as well. Go to dtmccalls.com. They've been doing this for over 100 years with a focus on customer service. And if you buy it, they're going to deliver for free and haul away the old stuff. You got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
Good morning, everybody. It's 8:01, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. MSNBC's Jen Psaki had an awkward moment on her show, The Briefing, yesterday, accidentally lumping Donald Trump in with Jeffrey Epstein's circle of predators. It happened during an interview with California Congressman Robert Garcia, diving into newly released Epstein documents. Over 10,000 pages dropped Tuesday by House Democrats. One nothing burger that Democrats thought was a smoking gun, a 2011 email from Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell, claiming Trump spent, quote, extended time at his place with the redacted victim, later ID'd as Virginia Guffrey. Psaki said, quote, "You're talking about the other predators that are out there in addition to Trump." She caught herself fast. "Not that I'm saying he is. We don't know all the details about that." And clarified, "I just mean in addition to what we've learned about Epstein and others, there's other predators out there." Garcia just nodded along. There are. Psaki's team didn't comment when people reached out. We'll keep you updated if she famously circles back to it.
I've got that audio. I can play that audio coming up.
We'll play it coming up.
Yeah.
But a high-stakes Washington clash, according to Fox News. The Trump Justice Department has launched a criminal probe into California Democrat Eric Swalwell over alleged mortgage fraud, and the congressman's firing back, calling it pure payback. It stems from a fresh referral by Federal Housing Agency Director Bill Pulte to Attorney General Pam Bondi, accusing Swalwell of lying on loan docs and by claiming his D.C. condo as his primary home, potentially dodging millions in taxes, plus insurance and state fraud angles. Swalwell, one of Trump's fiercest foes with a lingering lawsuit against him, wasn't shocked. Quote, "The only thing I'm surprised about is that it took him this long to come after me." He vows no retreat. "Of course, I will not end my lawsuit against him. I refuse to live in fear in what once was the freest country in the world." As Swalwell, previously entangled with a Chinese spy, eyes a California governor run as his feud heats up. It's also worth noting that a 2019 Swalwell endorsee, New Hampshire State Rep Bruce Lawton, who goes by Stacy, was arrested for child pornography and child exploitation charges over the summer. 3 lives were lost on I-24 westbound in less than 24 hours here in Nashville, a grim tally that began before dawn yesterday. It started around 5:30 a.m. near mile marker 9 in Clarksville. A driver veered off the roadway and plunged into the Red River, dying on impact. Then at 1:45 p.m. near mile marker 53 on Briley Parkway, a dump truck collided with 2 passengers, killing a 70-year-old Fairview man. No other serious injuries were reported there, but the third and final crash came in just after 7 p.m. in Antioch near mile marker 43. A vehicle left the roadway and struck an embankment. The driver was pronounced dead at the scene. All westbound lanes stayed closed until shortly after midnight last night. All 3 fatalities remain under investigation by THP and Metro's Fatal Crash Unit. Stay alert, Nashville. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Market just opened. The Dow is down 306 points. The NASDAQ is down 356 points, and the S&P is down 64 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. Okay, people, as you're making your way into downtown, just got some normal volume delays building up on 65. We do have a new crash reported at Bell Road on 24. We've also got an injury crash west of Hillsborough Pike out on Tyne Boulevard, and then a crash reported at I-44 westbound at Exit 5 just outside of downtown. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, and hope you are doing well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry.
Good morning. You play that again. Just turn it up. And
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Holly Thompson.
Good morning.
All right, moving right along. Stop it. Stop it, you guys. Stop it.
Yeah, stop it.
Good morning.
Jasmine Crockett. You guys are killing me in there today. Just so we're clear.
Happy Friday, Dan.
I can't
Happy
get...
Friday.
I didn't say that.
All right, so Jasmine Crockett. You were talking about how she intimated that Donald Trump may be a pedophile.
Yeah, totally blowing past 46, who was a child head sniffer on the regular.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, let's not forget about the diary. Was it Ashley Biden? Was it Ashley, that her name?
I think so.
Yeah. Joe Biden's daughter writing in her diary that she got to shower with her father way old in her childhood, apparently. So that was a little creepy. Actually, a lot of creepy. Anyway, this is Jasmine Crockett.
Listen, if people decide that they want to continue to support a person who may be a pedophile himself or a person who obviously is covering for pedophiles, that's on them. But they should know at least the devil that they have decided to pick.
All right, so that is Jasmine Crockett saying that Donald Trump may be a pedophile. I think that they are going to continue down this road. And honest to goodness, and, you know, their CNN is back to covering this, I'm not going to say nonstop, but CNN is definitely, it's 8:09. I know that they were talking about this literally 5 minutes ago. So you know what, I don't know. Maybe you picked the wrong word, but earlier I said this Trump Epstein fetish that CNN has. Maybe that's the wrong word to use, but whatever.
Oh, no, that's pretty accurate.
I think it is accurate.
It's an obsession.
I think they are obsessed. Well, the reason why they're doing this, and I don't want to go on and on about this because we've all been saying this for a long time, but it's clear that the Democrats know that they're on the hook for the shutdown. So now they're America. But I think, and I mentioned this yesterday, I feel like almost yesterday we were doing play-by-play of what CNN was doing, which is, basically a bunch of innuendo on these emails. What I don't want to do is I don't want to go backwards and cover the same thing that I did yesterday. But on the heels of what we just heard from Jasmine Crockett saying that, Donald Trump may be a pedophile. You were reporting on this in your newscast there, Sam. This is Jen Psaki, old Circle Back. And she got so excited about this and so giddy about this that she said something she perhaps should not have said.
In supporting what Donald Trump is doing. You're talking about the other predators out there, in addition to Trump. I'm not saying he is.
Yeah, that's not like that. You notice she realizes that she screwed up. Let's play that one more time.
Supporting what Donald Trump is doing. You're talking about the other predators out there, in addition to Trump.
What did she say? Calling Donald Trump a predator? Is that what Circleback did?
And she's like trying to hide her smile as she walks her statement back. I think you nailed it when you say fetish. Like she just was jonesing to say that, as was Jasmine Crockett in her interview with CNN.
Yeah, they can't help themselves. Now, Circleback did try to kind of sort of maybe walk it back.
About the other predators out there, in addition to Trump. I'm not saying he is. We don't know all the details about that. I just mean in addition to what we've learned about Epstein and others, there's other predators out there. There are, and we have to remind.
All right, so there you go. So that was Jen Psaki.
More of a squiggle back.
Kind of sort of a squiggle back, sure. And then CNN is in the middle of their coverage. This is probably my favorite audio bite of the day. CNN is in the middle of their coverage, and I don't know who the anchor is, but as they're doing, like you had Jasmine Crockett crap, right? Jasmine Crockett intimating, innuending, saying Donald Trump may be a predator, right? Somebody handed the anchor a note and more than likely said, read this now.
that mentioned the president. And we do want to be clear, the president, Trump, did not receive or send any of the messages, which largely predated his time as president. He's not been accused of any criminal wrongdoing in connection with Epstein or Maxwell. The White House.
You can tell that they're panicking because they knew the lawyers got to somebody who scribbled out that note, and it's like, you've got to put this disclaimer out there. That's what that is. That's a disclaimer. Or as I like to say, the please don't sue me claimer. Anyway. I think it's going to be interesting to see how this whole thing plays out. And for CNN and for MSNBC and for the Democrats, they are really pinning their hopes and dreams on this. And we'll continue to cover that. I don't think I've done the interview with J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance did an interview, a great interview, by the way. I think this may be one of my favorite J.D. Vance interviews. He was on with Sean Hannity last night, and I think he did a really good job. So coming up, I'm going to play my own fun with audio. I've heard about 2 or 3 different audio bites that I really liked. And I think part of what I liked so much about J.D. Vance's interview with Sean Hannity is that on the heels of Laura Ingram's interview with Donald Trump, the interview with J.D. Vance, I think, was, really good lesson for all of us in the importance of messaging and the importance of knowing, really, number one, what your policy is. And I'm talking to Donald Trump, knowing what your policy is and knowing the right way to frame a conversation. Because one of the things that you heard in that audio bite from yesterday, I don't want to dig it up again, you've heard it enough, but when Laura Ingraham asks the president, so are you going to have more of a focus on eliminating H-1B visas, and that led into that whole Americans don't have talent conversation? Well, one of the things that the president should have said, and this is why it's important to be able to articulate these things. I reported to you yesterday, and I have previously, that President Trump has tried to limit the use and claw back the use of those H-1B visas, but he's tied up in the courts because there were lawsuits. And so that's one of the things that Donald Trump could have said. Anyway, there's a lot more coming up. It is 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. $8:15, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Mostly sunny today, nice and warm, high of 74. Saturday, breezy in the morning, warm, and the temperature is going to reach the record of 79 set in 1964, or at least approaching it. So it's going to be nice and warm on Saturday and back down into the 60s on Sunday. Sam, yes or no? Is the American dream dead? I'll take that as a maybe. Mason, is the American dream alive or dead?
I don't know if it's fully dead yet, but it is definitely dying.
It's definitely like on a resuscitation kind of a thing?
Needs CPR stat.
Needs CPR stat? Okay, very good. I want to ask the super texters. I wish I had time to take calls on this, but I don't. I should have thought about this. What is the one thing that you believe is killing the American dream? What is the one thing that you believe is killing the American dream? J.D. Vance was talking about this with Sean Hannity.
I do give a lot of credit for the moderate Democrats in the Senate who were with us from the very beginning. Because if you remember the original bill to keep the government open before the shutdown even started, there were 52 GOP senators, 3 Democratic senators. They recognized where this was going. They recognized what was in the best interest of the country. But I think, Sean, there are so many far left people who run the Democratic Party in Washington, D.C., they just want to burn it down. They don't care if the troops don't get paid. They don't care if you cause billions of dollars of lost productivity. They don't care if you shut down the airline industry, which they were very close to doing. They just want to get Trump. And they don't care if they have to burn the entire country down in order to get Trump. That's what they want to do. And I think that it shows how stupid that approach is politically, because normally you would expect the President of the United States to get blamed for a shutdown. The American people were smart enough to recognize that the Democrats were the ones who were sort of holding this hostage. They were saying that unless you give us everything that we want, unless you give us $1.5 trillion of benefits, health care for illegal aliens, we're going to destroy the country. We're going to keep the government shut down indefinitely. I think the president recognized eventually the American people are going to recognize this is the Democrats doing this. The Democrats, I think, made a huge political mistake by continuing to push for all of these crazy things. And they said, if you don't give all these crazy things, we're going to keep the government shut down. It was politically stupid, but you're right. I don't understand the psychology of a Democrat who says, we'd like to burn the country down in order to get Donald Trump. But unfortunately, it just drives home that that's what their party is about.
Yeah, they're selfish. Democrats are selfish. So I asked the question, what is the one thing that is crushing the American dream? 1303, our debt. Okay. Government is killing the American dream, says 13. Oh, Lord. All right, they're coming in fast and furious. Sally says the government. Peter says scripture, hearing, and doing. Oh, I understand. So in other words, people may know what's in the scriptures, but they're not actually following the scriptures. All right. Very good. The American dream is dead, says Randy. I can't keep up with all of these. Let's see here. Randy says the government is killing the American dream. A lot of people just do say the government. The affordability, 6719. The affordability of buying a house. That is what's killing the American dream. See, that's my thing. Like, there's some people that are going through, lack of scripture, lack of, paying attention to God, lack of faith and discipleship to Jesus Christ. I get all that. I'm looking for something a little bit more pragmatic. Like, is it the cost of a home? Is it the college debt that these kids coming out of college, these young adults are riddled with? Is it the bad advice that they have gotten from their parents and from society over the importance of a college education? I mean, there's a lot of things right now that are killing the American dream. You could say that the visa program, the corrupt visa programs, that is killing the American dream because, not to belabor the point, but you got a lot of people coming out of college and they're not able to get jobs because of India and China and Pakistan taking all of their jobs through the corrupt loopholes that we see. So there's illegal immigration. You could talk about that. The suppression of wages. Earlier in the program, I put up a meme. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I put up a meme, truth in memes. It's what I like to do, where you had basically a lot of the ills of America that we're facing today. It can be tied back to illegal immigration. See if I can pull up this meme real quick.
And I would say overtaxation. I think that's what a lot of people are trying to hint at. Because, you point out the wage issue. If wages aren't going up, why are taxes going up? And I think Ron DeSantis is trying to do that in Florida with eliminating property tax. We have been overtaxed for pretty much the last 30 years in this country. We tax everything that you buy, that you sell, that you live in. That needs to come off the table. You should be able to own the land that you purchase and not have to pay a tax to the government to be able to live there.
Doc says the feminist movement.
That's a good one.
Has that killed has the feminist movement killed the American dream?
If you want to go down the further right direction of how feminism corrupted sexuality in the country.
Oh, we would go down those. Yeah, we could talk about that, but
he's hitting a lot there.
Yeah, that is a whole nother. I would need an entire segment. Some of these things I need an entire segment, like lack of faithfulness to the Bible and the disciplines of Jesus Christ. I think that is killing families.
Well, and I saw this the other day in Dearborn, which is obviously a very Muslim-heavy population now. They are going to be giving stipends to pregnant mothers while they're pregnant, and then also after they have delivered the baby through the first 6 months to encourage repopulation of
Muslims.
Islam. Yeah, in Dearborn.
Okay.
So they're doing that to further their own cause, but we can't be bothered to do that as Christian Americans.
No, and here's the thing about, because that is 822. That is what they're trying to do in Dearborn. That's what they're trying to do. Repopulate, take over. That's part of Islam. So I mean that is what they do. Let me see. I'm looking at, let's see, Dan, I love your show, man, but are you saying that Jesus is theoretical? No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, from a practical standpoint, okay, I'm going to put it, who is this? Robert. All right, thank you, Robert. I love you too. Let me put it this way. So you can be the biggest hardcore Christian out there, read your Bible every day, all that stuff. That's great, but if you still can't afford a home, then that is getting in the way of you being able to accomplish the American dream. In other words, Christian, non-Christians, a lot of people, regardless of faith, cannot afford to buy a home. So no, I'm not saying that Jesus is, theoretical or whatever you're saying. I'm not saying that, but from a practical standpoint, what is preventing the American dream? I mean, you can be an atheist and still be able to afford a home or not afford a home. To me, it doesn't have anything to do with that. I know I've got to wrap up. I'm just saying, I don't want people to call me a godless heathen again.
You're good.
What'd you say?
I said you're good.
Oh, were you? I'm sorry. Were you just stretching?
I was just stretching.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Poor guy's got to work till noon.
No, you're good.
Illegal immigrants and legal migrants are killing the American. Yeah, it's all coming back to the same stuff, man. It's all coming back to the same stuff. 5920, taxation. 2889, clearly trying to trigger the host. Hemp is destroying the country. No, it's not.
No, in fact, that could be one of the things that financially say the federal government, people have said this time and time again, were to somehow find a way to legalize it throughout the country and tax it like they do tobacco.
Mm-hmm. And alcohol.
We would pull ourselves out of debt as a nation in record time.
824, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. I'm gonna try to regroup and get some of these because the text messages start
Big
coming
volleys.
in at what'd you say?
Big volleys.
Yes.
Volley.
Whatever you said.
Volleyball.
Good. Let's see. Time to find out what Sam has in the news at 8:30. Sam.
Well, another rocket company has successfully launched and pulled back the rocket to the launch pad. We'll tell you about that. And also, a local turkey lady making the rounds to schools this Thanksgiving season. Those stories and more coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$825 on Nashville's Morning News, United Structural Systems, USS. Yes, I was their customer before I was an endorser. You know why? Because I heard a commercial like this one, and I thought, that sounds like an incredible company. And once I started using them for issues that I had around my home, like flooding in my basement and foundation issues, I as well realized how great of a company United Structural Systems is. Now, listen, they can help you with waterproofing, concrete leveling, foundation repair. This is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home. That is why I proudly endorse USS, and I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. They are not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs at USS. They're also not going to pay a dime. You're not going to pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. Now, they can help you, again, with all kinds of things. Basement and crawl space, waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and yes, foundation repair as well. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.
Good morning, everyone. It's 8:30, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. Blue Origin, the space company created by Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, has pulled off a first. After it launched 2 orbiters toward Mars yesterday aboard its New Glenn rocket, it successfully landed the booster back on Earth. The aim, like SpaceX, is to reuse the rockets. More from ABC's Sophie Flay.
For nearly a decade, Elon Musk's company SpaceX has been the only company capable of this feat. It's dominated the private space launch market with hundreds of flights of its Falcon 9 rocket. But now, it looks like SpaceX finally has some competition. Bezos seen celebrating in the control room, hugging fellow staffers. Praise pouring in from NASA, but also from the competition. Elon Musk tweeting his congratulations.
And here locally, meet Williamson County's turkey lady, 73-year-old Nancy Cottrell, who's been rolling into schools with live turkeys since 1988. Yesterday, she brought Tom and Tilly, 2 plump, hand-raised birds, to College Grove Elementary. Dressed in her signature turkey feather vest, Nancy let wide-eyed kindergartners pet the gobblers while teaching them where dinner really comes from. They're not just nuggets, she laughed. They're smart, curious, and deserve respect. It started 37 years ago when a teacher asked Nancy, then a poultry farmer, to show kids the farm-to-table truth. Now retired, she still hauls her feathered ambassadors to 15-plus schools every November free of charge. Principals say the visit sparked gratitude and cut down on cafeteria waste come Turkey Day. Nancy's secret, talk soft, move slow, and always bring treats. Gobble, gobble, indeed. And the NHL Global Series kicks off today at 1 p.m. local time. The Nashville Predators will take on the Pittsburgh Penguins in a 2-game series in Stockholm, Sweden. Both rosters feature a couple of Swedes, Rickard Rakell and Erik Karlsson for Pittsburgh, and Adam Wilsby and Pred's all-time leading goal scorer, Philip Forsberg. The 4 natives are elated to play in front of friends and family in their homeland, especially for those who may not have had the opportunity to see them play in the NHL in North America. Game 2 is Sunday at 8 a.m., and both games will be broadcast on FanDuel Sports Network and NHL Network. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. 30 minutes into market open, and the Dow is down 320 points, the NASDAQ is down 347 points, and the S&P is down 63 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
So, funny thing, Chris is here for the crisscross handoff.
What's up?
So do you know the first time that I met Keith over there, Contours?
Okay, tell me.
Went in for the Belly Buster special. I'm walking out. First time I've met him. I'm walking.
You're letting a guy give you a belly buster the first time you meet him?
Yeah. You know, I'm cheap that way, apparently. But so I've known him for, like, I kid you not, about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then he looks at me and he says, I'll never forget this. He says, hey, by the way, I can fix your face too.
Oh, no, he didn't.
He did. And I'm like, so immediately, because you know me, I'm like, what's wrong with my face?
What's wrong with it?
And then he starts going on about, like, the lines on my face and stuff. And it's like,
if they can fix that, they can fix anything.
Well, Keith, I'm 57 and I work mornings. I'm going to have lines. But they do. Over Contours, they use this red light technology to not only take out fat cells, but apparently to fix my face. What I really need to do, I need to grow like a big hunkin' beard. And that'll hide all the lines on my face.
You need it. You need just a full beard.
Like a Dan, you know who Dan Haggerty is? Not Bill Haggerty, but Dan Haggerty. He was an actor, Bonanza. It's way before your time. Anyway, whatever.
Never heard of it.
So you can go to Contours and you can get a package. You can get the Belly Buster special. You can also use that red light technology and use it for your face. And the results, apparently, I probably need to go do this. Because you know what the copy says? The copy says, fine lines disappear. Okay, but what about the big craters in my face? Will they go away? Because that's what I've got.
And this has gotten dramatically worse for you since you got your eyesight fixed, too.
I can suddenly see myself.
See everything.
It's like, oh, my God, I can see it. I look horrible. It's like the blind man that can suddenly see it. And it's like, can I be blind again? Oh. I can see the big craters in my face. Amy says she loves their laugh lines. But I said to Keith, I said, could you get there's like the San Andreas Fault.
Oh, my God.
These laugh lines that I have. You know what I should actually see if he can actually take out the faults in my face. Because he said that he can. That would be the ultimate contour. Oh, the Contours challenge. Should I do it? Should I do the I haven't not done a facial from Contours.
You got
Should
it.
I do
You
it?
have to now.
Go in there and let him do the red light technology on my face and see if I will look a lot younger? Because if there's one thing I hate about myself, and I wish it was only one thing, but if there's one thing I hate about myself, it is the lines.
The sequel to Fault in Our Stars, The Fault's on Dan's face.
Anyway, so if you would like a belly buster special and a facial, they've got a great deal going on right now. $149. It's a new holiday special, $149. Get it for yourself. Get it for your loved one. Because, nothing says love like get your face fixed.
Everybody on the text line is mad at you.
Why?
Dan Haggerty was Grizzly Adams.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
You know what you're not wrong about, though?
What?
This deal at Contours.
Thank you for getting me back on track there, Chris. $149, belly buster special and a facial. Great deal for the holidays. Get one for you. Get one for your significant other. Now, it's a first-time trial visit to see if you're going to lose at least a couple of inches across your belly and chest. And if you like it, they'll do a belly buster package and throw in a package of facials for free. Call them. Tell them you want the Dan deal. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. Find them online anytime. It is ContoursLLC.com. ContoursLLC.com. After all, what have you got to lose but inches or craters on your face?
Okay, we have an injury crash at Hobson Pike and Murfreesboro Pike out in the Laverne area. Talbot's Corner, there's a crash on the on-ramp. Right side is blocked on I-65 southbound, the Trinity Lane exit. And south side still have that crash at I-40 eastbound at Fessler's Lane exit 212. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Until they come in.
8:41. Good Lord. Why are we running so late? Did somebody do a 4.5-minute ad for contours? Jeez Louise, man.
And somehow couldn't fire back at Murphy for his whole thing the other day. I was waiting for that moment.
Oh, Murphy, when I forget what exactly Matt Murphy
He said,
did.
if you're looking for the masculine option, ask for the Murph.
Oh, that's
You're
right.
looking for the more effeminate option, ask for the Mandus.
That's right. And I had to hang up over facials. What?
Murphy's never skipped a facial at Contours.
Does Matt Murphy get pedicures?
Oh, I guarantee it.
Do you think Matt Murphy gets pedicures?
100%. 100%.
So, okay, real quick.
I feel like Murphy is the guy that appreciates good toes.
Somebody asked the question, is Matt Murphy a metrosexual?
Oh, no.
Is he metro? You know what I'm talking about?
Jackson asked that to the Facebook chat.
Did he really?
Yes.
Is that
What did everybody say?
So he said thumbs up if Matt Murphy is a metrosexual, thumbs down if not, like the thumbs up emoji. I spammed it personally with like 100-something thumbs ups.
So you believe that Murphy Show is a metrosexual?
I'm just trying to stoke the fire.
No, but yes, be serious. Yes or no? Do you think he is?
I mean, he was doing a really good impression of the brawny towel guy yesterday.
Okay.
Really, really vying for a certain image.
All right, Mason, is Murphy Show a metrosexual?
My answer is no.
All right, Chris Hand, is Matt Murphy a metrosexual?
I'm going to choose to wake up and choose violence today, and I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
Matt
So
Murphy
wake up like
is a
you regularly do?
metrosexual. and I know there'll be repercussions for doing this. But I'm going to take one for the team and for the bit.
Hashtag worth it.
Okay, now, am I a metrosexual?
No.
No.
Sam?
No.
Oh, okay. Why not?
Wait, no, I want to be. What do I need to
I feel like I've
change?
been insulted. Why am I not a metrosexual?
What do I need to change about myself to be a metrosexual?
I get pedicures.
Do you?
What?
Yeah.
I would never let...
My wife drags me by the ear to the pedicure people every couple weeks.
I couldn't do it. I'd be...
Do you have troll feet?
I'd be I'd just be giggling with the little Asian lady going at it.
You'd be what?
Giggling.
Oh, are you ticklish?
I'm a bit too ticklish.
So when you go to get a pedicure, a couple things happen. They do like massage your feet, and that makes me a little uncomfortable, but whatever. But what they do, they have it's like a cheese scraper for your heel, and so it's like they start scraping your heel, and that's a sound effect. And you look down, and the skin on your heel is just falling away, and it's the weirdest feeling ever.
Jason on the text line said, Dan's a Dollar General sexual.
That's good. That's very good. So, did Murphy Show go back to us? Does he?
Somebody said Murphy's a retrosexual.
Oh, that's
Wow.
good.
Well, what makes Murphy a metrosexual and me not? Because he dresses better?
A little bit.
Okay, he doesn't have to be here at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm getting upset because you guys aren't calling me a metrosexual. I'm not sure why.
It's not the biggest. It's not. Is it a compliment or is it just a neutral term? I'm
So if you are
I'm hetero as it gets.
So some people will say that being called a metrosexual is like a wussified kind of thing. Like if you're a metrosexual.
There's a negative connotation with it.
Negative connotation. So do you believe that being a metrosexual is a negative connotation, Chris?
I feel like it's pretty negative.
Can you look up what are the traits of a metrosexual?
I'll grok it. How about
is it somebody that dresses preppy? Because I can't afford to dress preppy, I'll be honest with you. So there is that.
Do people still do this?
Metrosexual?
Yeah, is that still a thing?
I have no idea.
It kind of peaked hard in the 20-teens.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, isn't today's soy boy yesterday's metrosexual?
Could be.
Maybe they're a little bit more on the twinkier side. Immaculate grooming.
Twinkie? What did you just say?
On the twinkier side.
What does that mean?
Boys.
The twink?
Yeah.
Skinny.
Like the little toothpick guy?
Yeah. Effeminate.
Not the dominant one in the relationship.
Immaculate grooming, fashion for
Sam is like moving on very quickly, man.
If you're watching on Super Talk TV, Dan's face is worth $1 million.
I just got it.
Need to put that as a new short. Dan's reaction to twinks.
That's it. That's it. Dan learns what a twink is.
You've learned what the word thick and twink have meant all this week. I'm very proud of you.
I've just got to stop talking.
Immaculate grooming, Manscaped moisturize, maybe a brow thread, fashion forward, slim fit suits, designer sneakers, cologne that turns heads. Starting to sound like Chris. Urban polish, loves brunch, art galleries, and good skincare routine.
All right, so I'm
emotionally
definitely
open, talks feelings, cries at movies, no toxic macho vibes.
You know, there's some of me in there. Like,
you cry at movies?
Dude, I cry at trailers.
Dan cries at commercials.
I do. I'll be in the movies. Honest to goodness, like Amy and I would go to the movies, and an emotional trailer would come on. Usually when it's good news, and first time we ever went to the movies, there was an emotional trailer. She looks over, and I'm crying. I've got like tears, and I'm trying to do the whole cool thing. I'm trying to do the metrosexual thing, where I'm like not.
Is that cool?
I'm trying not to make. I'm trying to make sure my date doesn't see that I'm actually crying.
You don't want your mascara to run.
And she's like, "Are you crying?" I said, "No." It was just such a touching trailer, and it was something about a military guy coming home. You know, those things can be very. Emotional.
Those ASPCA commercials with Sarah McLachlan just put you in a full fit, don't they?
In the arms
you
of
mind your
an
business.
angel.
Fly away.
Hey, did you hear what Senator Kennedy said about Chuck Schumer?
No.
Did you hear this?
I think it's Senator Schumer, who understand that the loon wing of his party are a bunch of loons.
Right.
But I think his testicles are on back order from China.
Wait, what's that? What did he say? He said that his...
I think his testicles are on back order from China.
I thought he did. He said that Chuck Schumer's testicles are in back order from China.
So that means they're small, cheap, and made of plastic.
Oh.
And I think until they come in and people stand up and say, you know, we're tired of this foolishness, then they'll continue to have a internecine warfare.
All right. An internecine warfare.
Internecine warfare?
That's what he said. Is that what is internecine?
I think he's got marbles in his mouth.
Maybe he was trying to say interesting, but he said so. Internecine.
Internecine.
Whatever. You know, he hit the punchline, though, with the whole testicles in the back order from China.
So funny.
It's exactly right.
It's actually an old word.
Is it? What is it?
It's when you're so deep into the rabbit holes.
No.
Internesting.
Like us on Metrosexuals today?
and the contours packages that include facials.
And twinks. Don't forget twinks. You're the one that brought that up, man. That's not my fault. I was merely curious about your referencing to one of my favorite snack foods, Twinkies. And
I thought it was ding dongs.
And then it suddenly turns into this whole weird thing about that other thing. Which I know nothing about.
The sexuality.
We're instantly off the rails.
Well, listen, first of all, I was talking about Twinkies. You guys brought up Twinks.
I didn't bring it up.
You did. You exacerbated what he said.
I merely helped bring some clarity to the comments.
You know what? Once again, I'm proud that I didn't know what that was.
I was bringing the information fuel.
Is that
Tan, just so we're clear, Twinks cannot be thick.
Okay.
Good to know.
Good to know.
You remember those commercials with the rainbow and the star? It'd say the more you know.
Yes, I do.
We need that.
We need a graphic.
We need that for the YouTube stream, so we can just have that go across occasionally.
Oh my goodness gracious! We could. That'd be very funny.
Exclusive to the Dan Manda Show.
Yeah, especially whenever Dan learns a new word.
Yeah, you know what? I learn a lot of new words
every day at 8:30.
Every day at 8:30. That's exactly right. You sent me something, Chris. Where is it?
Yes, I DM'd it to your Twitter account. So we've heard a lot of horror stories of Californians moving to states like Tennessee.
Yes,
and we tell them all the time we're full. They
I'm
continue
not one
to
of them,
come.
by the way. People are doggone it. They're glad that I moved here.
They continue to come.
Mm-hmm.
We have example after example of it being a bad thing, but they continue to come. But I found the first documented case of reverse migration.
Now, define what reverse migration is.
Liberals leaving red states to go to blue states. And I think that this needs to be encouraged.
Okay.
I think that we need to be enthusiastic about this, and we need to help them out and help accomplish these goals. Bill Lee was talking about, let's encourage people to come here. Let's also encourage them to leave.
Do you know what? Trump is showing some good self-deportation success. We need people to self-deport from Tennessee. Here's one woman.
So we are thinking about moving our whole entire family from Greenville, South Carolina to the West Coast, somewhere like Seattle or Portland or somewhere like that. That's a little bit more like progressive. I've lived in this area my whole entire life, which is 44 years, and I am done with it. I need to see something else. I have moved, Jason and I together have moved a lot of times. In the 10 or 12, whatever years we've been together, we've moved probably 4 times. But it's all been right inside the area.
Right.
And it just got real today because I texted my realtor, which usually the second I text my realtor, the deal's done.
She's gone.
So if you live in Seattle or Portland or over there somewhere in that area that is blue, hit me up and let me know what it's like over there.
I could tell you what it's like.
It's needles everywhere. There's feces.
Yep.
You know what?
Rioting on a nightly basis.
Rioting on a nightly basis. And honestly,
occasional fires lit by ladyboys.
Who doesn't want to walk on feces?
Listen.
I mean, let's be honest. I mean, feces, swimming in urine all across, the downtown Seattle area.
What's a tetanus shot between you and a friend?
Exactly.
When you step on a needle.
How many tetanus shots do you think you'd have to go through to live in Seattle?
I think we need to crowdfund this kind of stuff, and we should be raising money for these individuals.
I think we should. Why not?
We should help them out.
We should tariff people that move into the region and then use those funds to assist those that want to leave in leaving.
Absolutely right. First of all, I like when she said someplace blue, right? Because, red states or red areas are so incredibly horrible, according to this woman. All you got to do is do a side-by-side analysis, the difference between red states or blue states.
By all means.
And there's a reason why the South, including Florida and Tennessee, is exploding.
Yep.
Is because, we're red.
But we need to encourage this.
We need to encourage self-deportation.
She has a message of hope for so many liberals in Middle Tennessee that they could do this too.
And she actually, it's so funny, she looks like a Karen.
She does.
And I've never really known what a Karen looks like, but if there's, I imagine that's what a Karen does indeed look like. Long hair up in a bun thing.
And her husband or life partner probably.
Yes.
Jason, who's mentioned in the video.
Right.
I feel for him. I think that he's not wearing the pants in this relationship whatsoever.
Would that make him a twink?
It might.
8:50. The other challenge I had this morning, I kept wanting to call Sean Duffy Sean Diddy Combs.
I heard you say that.
All morning long, every time I did that segment, I was like, I wanted to call Sean Duffy Sean Diddy Combs. And I don't know why. I don't have Biden mush brain. I think
you got a brain worm.
That's what it is. I got a brain worm. Anyway, Sam, what's coming up in the news?
Well, nearly 5 years after the Christmas Day bombing here in Nashville, we've got an update on some new retail projects going up there and some heartwarming news from the White House. Those stories and more coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:54 in Nashville's Morning News. This month, the month of November, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are serving a big savings and big gratitude. If you've got a clogged drain, don't wait. Get our 93 or free main line special. That's right. Only $93. That is a huge discount. And if Busy Bee is unable to figure out what your problem is, what's causing that drain, that clogged drain, the service is actually free. Offer valid for single-family homes only. It is important to do this, of course, heading into the holidays in a really cold season. And again, it is only $93. That is a big-time savings, courtesy of my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. If you're feeling festive, submit your favorite Thanksgiving recipe, and you could win $2,000 off a new HVAC install. Chris, you got a favorite recipe for Thanksgiving? So your baked beans?
I'm a stuffing kind of guy.
You're stuffing?
In the bird.
Very good. Popeyes is doing a big Thanksgiving thing this year. That's going to be my recipe.
That's the one that you're going to send into Busy Bee?
That's what we're going to do. We're going to order our turkey literally from Popeyes.
Okay.
Yep. Don't look at me. That's Amy. I wanted her to cook. And when I told her that, she said, we're ordering Popeyes. Call Busy Bee, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Online, busybeehvac.com. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, where comfort meets care.
Googled it.
8:57, Nashville's Morning News. Loan Pronto, Dan Mattis here. Now, right now at Loan Pronto, they've got the lowest rates in 3 years. What if you could pull up to $500,000 in cash out of your home's equity and drop that mortgage rate to 4.99% APR? You can with Loan Pronto. With Loan Pronto's rapid equity loan, you can get your cash in as little as 3 days, pay off all those high-interest credit cards, even skip your next 2 house payments altogether. Now, one client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours, paid off their debt, paid off a couple of car loans, and saved $2,100 a month. One call, life changed. Call them, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Rates right now at a 3-year low. Find them online, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, on approved credit. Visit NMLSconsumeraccess.org. $8:59, Nashville's Morning News. All right, so I love how all of the dictionaryologists.
Yes.
That's a thing, right? Dictionaryologist?
Yes.
Wordsmiths.
So the word comes up, internecine. Internecine. And so neither Chris nor I knew what it was. All of these.
I thought he had marbles in his mouth and was trying to say interesting.
Yeah, but all these people are like, oh, no, that's a word from the 1800s. Don't you know that, you two dolts? I had no idea.
Everybody's Googling it, though.
That's what they do. They Google it, and then they send in the thing and pretend like they knew what it was.
Mm-hmm. Well, they say that knowing you have a computer right in front of you.
Whatever. That's fine, too. We probably could have Googled it ourselves.
2956 says, Popeyes is the best turkey I've ever had.
I'm telling you, I'm really looking forward to this. My daughter's coming down for Thanksgiving, the whole thing. It's going to be fun.
I apologize for judging.
9 o'clock. Well, you apologize to Amy. Of course, I was the one poking fun. Don't tell her.
I'll write her a letter.
It's not.